encourage all persons within the island to do their best, play their part, and ensure that their shorelines are kept clean, not only the beaches, but the rivers and communities as well. After all, it's our environment, Jamaica, and we should take care of it.
An average 400 years for plastic bottles to decompose. That's not in our lifetime. So most likely our grandparents' plastic is somewhere in the environment, right? So if we can do something about that right now, even a micro effort is so very important for a mega. And fish and the filter feeders such as our shrimp and lobsters might consume those, and eventually we are the one consuming those marine animals, and then we get sick or we ended up eating plastics.
This meeting of the Honorable Senate, Friday, the 15th of December 2023, is called to order. And before we begin the business of today, we have a request from Senator Lambert Brown to join us by Zoom. Those in favor? And also Senator Crawford, I am informed. But of course, our attention is really drawn to Senator Brown and his continuing recovery. Welcome, Senator Brown. Happy to have you, and you know that Senator Brown and I spoke this morning, and he's hoping that he'll be out in January, God's willing. There is Senator Brown. We're not hearing you, Senator Brown. Mr. Brown, you can assist us with the technical. Are you hearing us, Senator Brown? Give us a thumbs up if you are hearing us. Yeah, okay, so he's hearing us. We're not hearing you, but it's lovely to see you. And during the course of this session, if we can get your voice, we will hear what you have to say. But it's lovely to see you, and hope to see you in person in January. Senator Sinclair continues his recovery, but is not yet in a position to join us, hopefully in the new year as well. Statements by ministers. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the Jamaica Urban Transit Company Limited for the financial year 2018-2019. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Ports Management and Security Limited for the financial year 2018-2019. The Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Number 2, Resolution 2023 under the Customs Act. The Law Reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Extension of Period of Operation, Number 6 Orders, 2023, and their resolutions in respect of the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, the Augustown Zone, the Norwood Community in the Parish of St. James Zone, the Denham Town Community Zone, the Greenwich Town Zone, the Parade Gardens Zone, and the Savannah Lamar Zone, all under the Law Reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act of 2017. Social Interventions Updates, October 18, 2023 to December 8, 2023, dated December 8, 2023, in respect of the Mount Salem Community Zone, the Augustown Community Zone, the Norwood Community Zone, the Denham Town Community Zone, the Greenwich Town Zone, the Parade Gardens Zone, and the Savannah Lamar Community Zone, respectively. Minister Paper numbered 115 to 118 of 2023, entitled Cabinet Agenda Issues, dated October 9, October 2, October 23, and October 30, respectively. The Jamaica Gazette Supplement, Proclamations, Rules and Regulations 3049, Volume 146, dated Friday, December 8, 2023, number 382, enclosing the emergency powers parishes of St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland Regulations of 2023 under the Emergency Powers Act. The Jamaica Gazette Supplement, Proclamations, Rules and Regulations 3009, Volume 146, dated Friday, December 8, 2023, number 381, enclosing the emergency powers, parishes of Clarendon, St. Catherine, and specified areas in the parish of St. Andrew, Regulations of 2023 under the Emergency Powers Act. The Jamaica Gazette Supplement, Proclamations, Rules and Regulations 3005, Volume 146, also dated Friday, December 8 of 2023, number 380, enclosing the provision under the Constitution of Jamaica. The report of the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee on its deliberations on the Integrity Commission's report of investigations into concerns that certain employees of Petrojam Limited failed to file their statutory declarations with the Commission for the period ending December 2019. And finally, the Auditor General's Department certified appropriation accounts, head 4000A, capital A, for the Minister of Labor and Social Security for the year 2010-2011. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives.
The following is a message from the Speaker of the House of Representatives. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to advise the Honorable Senate that on the 12th day of December 2023, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Debt Management Act to borrow monies for pre-investment project planning and development activities and for connected matters was passed in the House of Representatives. Signed, Juliet Holness, MP, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Mr. President, I signify my willingness to take charge of the bill.
Thank you, Minister.
A bill shortly entitled the Public Debt Management Amendment Act 2023, read a first time.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill, and I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will ask for suspension of the standing orders in order to allow this bill to be taken through its concluding stages.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, that's it. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are questions on the notice paper standing in the name of Senator Floyd Morris at number 1 on the order paper. And it has been agreed with Senator Morris that they will be tabled today. They were in fact ready, and the record will show that between Senator Morris and I, in terms of our presence, we have been postponing its take
But in order to lighten the agenda a bit today, given that it is extensive and there is the luncheon for the Parliament, it is hoped that we can proceed by tabling them today and, of course, sending them to Senator Morris electronically and allowing for the follow-up questions to be asked at his convenience. In that case, I would ask for Hansard to note the responses which are with Parliament and would therefore be provided to them and to Dr. Morris.
And if it is, of course, that you feel that you would like to read them into the Senate or read them into the record at a future date, it would be available to you, subject to the follow-up questions. Senator Bunting.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I will ask the Leader of Government Business in the Senate and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade the following question.
Thank you, Senator Bunting. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as indicated just now, the agenda today is not without weight. We intend to start with the Act to amend the Agricultural Produce Act and then to proceed to take the motion for suspension of standing orders and, of course, to take the Public Debt Management Act. And it is then anticipated to proceed with the continuation of the State of the Nation debate, in respect of which we will have the presentation by Senator Peter Bunting. It is intended, therefore, Mr. President, to proceed in the order that I have given, with your leave.
Yes, thank you, Minister. You can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Agricultural Produce Amendment Act 2023 seeks to strengthen and modernize the act for effectively regulating the trade and movement of agricultural produce so that our legislation more effectively deters Praedial larceny and more effectively punishes those who commit that detestable crime. Farmers, stakeholders, and the government of Jamaica have made and continue to make huge investments in the agriculture sector in which all Jamaicans have an interest. From the reliance on families, on communities, to the global issues of food security, I should not need to establish the importance and significance of the bill before us, but I would like to remind this chamber of how seriously this government takes agriculture, our farmers, and our fishers. Mr. President, across the length and breadth of our beautiful Jamaica are more than 250,000 registered farmers and fishers on whom we depend to feed our nation. Through their hard work, diligence, and ingenuity, they provide for their families, contribute to Jamaica's food security, and boost our exports. Needless to say, agriculture and fisheries form a key pillar of our nation's economy. In 2022, agriculture contributed 8.3% to Jamaica's GDP, while experiencing unprecedented growth. Last year, agriculture set new records in production with a historic 7 consecutive quarters of growth and the first time ever surpassing 800,000 tons. In fact, the domestic crop record of 846,508 tons represented a 9.9% increase in production, Mr. President. We salute our farmers, our stakeholders, including the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries and RADA in this yeoman's effort. Mr. President, these results are even more noteworthy when one considers the very serious challenges which farmers and the sector have had to overcome. Over the years, the impact of climate change has brought intense hurricanes, storms, and floods, as well as droughts and fires. These have resulted in terrible losses to farmers and to the sector, amounting to billions of dollars, including including lost crops and animals, income, infrastructure, as well as the cost of recovery. Consumers have, of course, also been affected by food shortages and higher prices. So indeed, this is affecting us all. The government has therefore stepped in to provide support to overcome these and other challenges. The extraordinary level of support to farmers and the agricultural sector was outlined by the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., who was then Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, in the sectoral debate earlier this year, and is now being brought to another level by the current minister, the Honorable Floyd Green. Through the National Agricultural Production and Productivity Program, the government has spent over $1 billion to provide production incentive support to our farmers and fishers. And under the Production Incentive Program, we continue to provide support to farmers to use climate-smart and resilient approaches to improve production. The sector will therefore be helped to conserve natural resources, to protect the environment, and to mitigate the impacts of climate change on production. Mr. President, in terms of crops, 9 have received focused attention and their yields have significantly improved. Yam, potato, onion, hot pepper, among others. In terms of, we're actually exporting plantain to Cayman now, so that is something. But in terms of livestock, the Small Ruminant Development Program is ensuring proper breeding management to sustain the industry, which is an important tool for productivity and for poverty reduction, especially in rural areas. For the first time, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries has included a poultry component in the PIP and has provided 199,027 broiler chicks and 15,085 broiler rations to over 3,000 farmers. In addition, farmers benefited from the distribution of 200 water tanks, defeathering machines, and rehabilitation of backyard poultry houses. The resources, training, and support mentioned have enabled farmers to diversify their income streams and to mitigate some of the economic impacts of the pandemic. I want to point out the particular importance, especially for women and young people. Mr. President, the government is proud of the results achieved through RADA. Under the Agricultural Linkages Exchange Project, ALEX, critical linkages were made between farmers and commercial customers, including hotels and restaurants. Overall, RADA facilitated market linkages of an assortment of 4,900 tons of agricultural produce valued at $678 million, benefiting 3,173 farmers, including women, young people, and persons with disabilities. Market access and linkages between farmers and their customers were boosted by improvements to the road network, including farm roads. And during the last year, RADA contracted 61 roads at a total value of approximately $520 million. We understand, Mr. President, how important it is for our farmers to get their produce to market. So, Mr. President, the government has shown our farmers and the people of Jamaica that we take the agricultural sector seriously. To deal with the problem of low productivity and low efficiency, we have invested heavily in target crop resources, in training, and climate adaptation, and we've boosted production to record levels. But to deal with the problem of limited market access, to prevent crops from spoiling on farmers when they can't get them out, we've invested heavily in the road networks, including farm roads, and creating linkages. So our farmers are producing, and they have markets. Yet, apart from climate change and extreme weather events, there still remains the pernicious threat to Jamaica's success, and that threat is Praedial larceny. Mr. President, after farmers have worked hard, Praedial larcenists remove agricultural produce from the value chain before farmers can be paid, before their labor can be compensated. And as Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness stated, at its core, this crime is reprehensible. It is reprehensible that someone should reap where they did not sow, that someone should benefit from their labor where they have not toiled. It is reasonable to infer, Mr. President, that no one, that farmers will not continue to invest in a sector if their hard work will come to naught. And so for the wider society, it is also a public health issue because the evil of Praedial larceny compromises the safe consumption of agricultural produce. Praedial larceny is therefore a threat in many respects, Mr. President. It is a threat to agricultural sustainability. Mr. President, over the last 10 years, it is estimated that farmers have suffered $6 billion in losses per annum due to Praedial larceny. $6 billion to Praedial larceny. For too long, have the nefarious activities of the two-foot puss, Mr. President. For too long, it has been a shackle on our farmers and a severe roadblock to the development of rural families and communities. These crimes have discouraged new entrepreneurs and young people whose fresh ideas and ability to integrate technology. 13 farmers who work hard in the hot sun, toiling to sow and planning to reap. Mr. President, 13 have lost their lives in addition to their crops and livestock. Mr. President, Praedial larceny has also been employed by gangs to fuel their criminal organizations. It even involves the Haitian trade of guns for meat. Can you imagine that, Mr. President? People understate the illegality that goes on when these boats come. They take a particular perspective, but they're not recognizing, Mr. President, that there is far more nefarious activity at play. But the government has recognized the brazen and increasingly organized nature of Praedial larceny and has brought amendments to the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Act so that persons can be charged under the anti-gang legislation for being involved in Praedial larceny. And these amendments include making larceny of cattle and killing animals with the intent to steal serious offenses with penalties going up to 20 years for the first conviction on indictment. So, Mr. President, the government recognizes that if this issue is not dealt with effectively and immediately, we cannot and will not have a sustainable agricultural sector. The Prime Minister therefore tasked Minister Green with tackling Praedial larceny as a matter of urgency. Addressing Praedial larceny requires a multifaceted approach that involves the active participation of farmers, law enforcement, and the government. And the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries has adopted broad strategies to respond. Under compliance and enforcement, the ministry continues to support farmers to organize into groups, which not only helps in production, but also makes the community unit more vigilant and protected. Secondly, training has been expanded for the security forces to better equip them to address these crimes. Additional vehicles have been provided to the Praedial larceny unit. Traceability is supported by the Agribusiness Information System and the NAITS, and institutional arrangements have been made to support the efforts that I have just enumerated. Public education is also being undertaken. So far, some incremental successes have been recorded. In 2022-23, 30 farm watch groups were established, Mr. President. In partnership with the JCF, 3,849 special operations and raids were conducted in respect of Praedial larceny. 142 arrests were made in relation to breaches of legislation, and parallel to JCF operations, the Praedial larceny Prevention Unit conducted 13 sensitization sessions with RADA and JAS extension officers island-wide to increase awareness among internal stakeholders regarding the relevance of various pieces of legislation, how it's being implemented, how they can protect themselves, and how to use the traceability mechanisms introduced by the ministry. Other achievements include that 9 training sessions were conducted for JCF personnel at the station, divisional, and area commander levels across all 19 geographic police divisions. 440 police personnel were trained on how to effectively investigate Praedial larceny cases and how to prepare the case files. A total of 58 public education initiatives were completed and 130 farmers were sensitized during a series of sessions island-wide, which included representatives from the respective JCF divisional HQs, Community Safety and Security, VSD, RADA, JAS, and Public Health, and 8 episodes of Under the Law radio programs featured the Agricultural Produce Act, the failure to issue and produce a receipt, the Larceny Act on Praedial larceny and larceny of cattle, receiving stolen property and simple larceny, and unlawful possession of property. The ministries responsible for agriculture and health and wellness are also working on how to collaborate more closely on the monitoring of all slaughterhouses and abattoirs island-wide to cauterize the theft of livestock and to meet the matter, for want of a better phrase, on the demand side. Mr. President, the Agricultural Produce Act was enacted in 1926. It is not a new act, it is not a young act. And it was enacted to regulate the trade and movement of agricultural produce at that time. Since then, it has undergone 2 amendments in 1995 and 2004, and the last amendment in 2005 was to provide for the receipt book system, to provide for increase in fines and penalties as was appropriate at that time, and to give the minister power to amend the fines and penalties in the act by an order. Mr. President, this bill builds on those amendments, and it emerges from a cabinet decision of November 2021, giving approval for the amendment of the act in order to strengthen and modernize its effective regulation of trade and movement of agricultural produce, to make consequential amendments to the Rural Agricultural Development Authority Act to empower RADA to collect payment in relation to the proposed amendments, consequential amendments to the Praedial Larceny Prevention Act to make the definition of agricultural produce more consistent with the Agricultural Produce Act, and any other consequential amendments that might arise. Subject to the appropriate processes, Mr. President, including consultation with several key stakeholders, the bill was tabled by the Minister with responsibility for agriculture and fisheries in that other place and was passed in last November without amendment. Mr. President, I'll now take a clause by clause, having established the general context of the work being done to support the bill and to deal with the issue of Praedial larceny, and we will now, therefore, look more closely at the bill. It commences, of course, with the title that names it, the Act to Amend the Agricultural Produce Act. The short title is at Clause 1, and it also states that it is to be read as one with the Principal Act. Clause 2 amends Section 2 of the Principal Act by placing several definitions in correct alphabetical sequence and by deleting current definitions for agricultural produce, contract, dealer, exporter, place, and unmarketable fruit, and substitutes new definitions. Mr. President, it also replaces the words specially protected produce with the term agricultural produce wherever it appears in the Act, immediately broadening the scope of protection to our agricultural sector. Mr. President, Clause 3 repeals and replaces Section 2A of the Principal Act, which deals with registration. And it now replaces the clauses, replaces 2A with 2A and 2B. And the marginal notes will now read, restriction on engaging in the trade or business of growing or rearing agricultural produce in the first respect, and application for registration in the second. In effect, the new provision mandates that a license in accordance with the Act must be procured by persons who engage in the trade or business of growing or rearing agricultural produce, with, of course, the appropriate exceptions. And additionally, these persons are also required to apply to the authority to be registered under the Act. And the authority here, of course, Mr. President, is RADA. Clause 4 deals with the repeal and replacement of Section 3, which deals with licenses. Mr. President, the clause requires, among other things, that persons intending to engage in or who are engaged in the trade or business of buying, selling, or exporting agricultural to be licensed as a dealer. And the holder of such license will be permitted to enter on the premises of the grower or the producer to buy agricultural produce. Clause 5 repeals and replaces Section 4, which again deals with the application for licenses. This clause provides for the documents which are to accompany an application for license under Section 3, which includes evidence of registration with the authority and a criminal record report for not more than 12 months old. Additionally, the section provides for the authority to request additional information and documentation in processing applications and mandates that the authority shall not log or process an incomplete application. And Mr. President, when you look at the breadth of the amendments and how it is that it is dealing with this new process, especially in respect of dealers and licensing, you recognize that it is because of the extent of the losses that are experienced. $6 billion, Mr. President, I want to remind you. This is not petty business anymore. It is big business, it is gang business, it is organized. So at the smallest to the largest stage, the legislation must be able to ensure that we're dealing with the people who are benefiting from it, who are closing their eyes or acting illicitly in order to introduce stolen goods on the market, and it deals with the farmers. It is really, Mr. President, an effort to ensure that our farmers are protected. Mr. President, Clause 6 repeals and replaces Section 5, which deals with the grounds for refusal of a license. And this grants rather the power to refuse where an applicant has been convicted of an offense under the Praedial Larceny Prevention Act or any other relevant act within 5 years immediately prior to the date of an application. And Mr. President, I imagine that the ethos behind this must be quite clear, that if someone has recently been convicted for stealing farm goods, you would not wish to license them to now have them have even greater access to theft, to opportunities to steal. So it is to try to clean up People's Act and ensure that people who are entering the system are legitimate business persons within the agricultural sector. Mr. President, Clause 7 deals with the repeal and replacement of Section 6 of the Act, and it provides a new Section 6 with the marginal note certificate from the Chief Inspector of Produce, and it does, as the marginal note indicates, provides for a certificate from the Chief Inspector to be obtained by a person licensed as a dealer and who wishes to export any prescribed produce. So again, this is about health as well as legitimacy. Clause 8 deals with the repeal and replacement of Section 7, which again addresses another aspect of export. This is a license for export, and this is in respect of persons who wish to export any animal product or byproduct, and they must, in accordance with Section 8, apply to the meat and meat products and meat byproducts inspection and export license. They must apply to the board for such a license. Mr. President, Clause 9 deals with repeal and replacement of Section 8, which deals with the cancellation of registration, and this provides for cancellation of the registration of a dealer where the person who was licensed as a dealer has been convicted of an offense involving Praedial larceny within 5 years of obtaining the certificate of registration. Mr. President, cancellation of a dealer's license is dealt with under the repeal and replacement of Section 9 by Clause 10, and it provides where the holder of a dealer license is convicted of an offense involving Praedial larceny, farm theft, or under any offense under a relevant enactment within 5 years of the issuance of the license, the authority shall cancel the license and notify the dealer in writing, stating the reasons therefore, together with the right of appeal. Mr. President, Clause 11 intends to amend Section 10, which deals with the notice board to be affixed to the premises. And Clause 12 amends Section 11, dealing with the produce book to be kept. And Mr. President, just on this is about the licensed dealers who purchase agricultural produce. They are required to keep a book to record time of purchase and to include names and address of the owner of the produce, date of purchase, description of produce, weight, number or grade, number or hands or quantity of produce, price paid, and name and address of person from whom produce was received. Mr. President, the book must be kept open. Again, this is dealers, okay? This is licensed dealers. This is big business. This is not, going to buy a hand at market or setting up the stall outside your house because you produce and you sell the excess that your family doesn't eat. This is not about that. This is about persons purchasing in commercial quantities who apply to be licensed for that purpose. And the book must be kept open at all reasonable hours for inspection by a constable, inspector, or any other person so authorized for the time being enforced in relation to Praedial larceny. Clause 13 deals with repeal of Section 12, which deals with the purchases of produce to be made on premises. And Clause 14 deals with the amendment of Section 13, which deals with the production of license for inspection. Mr. President, Clause 15 amends Section 14, which deals with the issuance of receipts to purchasers. And the clause mandates that a receipt or credit invoice is required for the carrying of agricultural produce on water, highway, or public road. Because remember, I just mentioned this guns for meat and guns for food trade, as well as, of course, the theft and transmission inland. Mr. President, the receipt or credit invoice shall be issued by the vendor or the grower of the agricultural produce. The clause does not apply to a person who carries agricultural produce other than for purposes of trade or business. So again, this is not about us driving from market or from country to town with our personal goods. It is about commercial quantities. Mr. President, Clause 16 amends Section 15, dealing with the issue of receipt books, and prescribes the form and manner in which receipt books must be applied for. And it also, of course, amends the reference to the relevant forms which are attached. Instead of addressing Form C of the second schedule, the relevant form for application will now be Form B in the first schedule. Clause 17 repeals Section 16, and Clause 18 repeals Section 17, and Clause 19 repeals Section 18. Mr. President, Clause 20 also repeals Section 20. Mr. President, Clause 21 amends Section 20 of the bill. Sorry, Clause 20 repealed Section 19, and Clause 21 amends Section 20. And this deals with the book to be kept in vehicle when in use by deleting subsection 1, and it proposes that a driver, operator, or person in charge of a vehicle used in the trade of agricultural produce, that they keep a book in the vehicle or on their person containing a record of the description of the agricultural produce received, from whom it was received, the quantity received, and the place where the produce was grown or produced. And of course, Mr. President, we have seen the amazing reports of the vehicles, the small vehicle pulled over with 12 goats coming out of it. You wonder how they have fit in there. No, that there is a clear method by which the person can be prosecuted, and clarity around what it is that someone who is legitimately carrying their goats for market and for commercial means, how it is that they can do so lawfully. They must have their receipt book with them to reflect how it is that they have purchased, the price they have paid, and the farmer they have gotten them from. Again, it's about the health chain as well as legitimacy. Mr. President, the Clause 22 deals with amendment of Section 21, and it deals with the offense of a driver failing to keep the book in the vehicle and the offense by the carrier. And Mr. President, among this is really cleaning up. So it takes out some of the language in terms of shall be guilty of, as opposed to committing an offense, because the drafting of the act has been updated as well for clarity and effectiveness of prosecution. Mr. President, Clause 23 amends 22, which deals with selectors and unlicensed persons who are required to account for possession of specially protected produce. And this is to deal with the existence of a traveler's license, changing that to a dealer's license, again clarifying the language around committing an offense, and it also deals with the defining of a term of selection of agricultural produce. This is about people who actually go to look at the farmer's goods to see if they are appropriate for sale to a particular purchaser. So selectors are not in the dance hall sense, they are in the agricultural sense, presenting us today for those who are awake and listening. Clause 24, Mr. President, repeals and replaces Section 23, which instead of referring to the powers of the minister will now have in the marginal note regulations, and it deals with the power of the minister to make regulations in general for the purpose of giving effect to the act, and further providing for matters for which regulations may be promulgated. And Clause 25 repeals and replaces Section 24, which deals with, instead of the old act saying minister may alter or revoke orders and regulations, it replaces it with a new Section 24 marginal note amendment of monetary penalties and schedules by order, and it instead provides for an order approved by affirmative resolution where it is concerned with amending any monetary penalty specified in the acts or regulations. So instead of the minister just changing the penalties, this will now come to this House for amendment, for affirmation. Mr. President, Clause 26 deals with repeal and replacement of Section 25, which is about the designation of inspectors for the purposes of the Act. And Clause 27 amends Section 26, which deals with places for inspection, classification, and of, etc., of produce intended for export. Mr. President, this relates to changes of reference from produce intended for export in the 4th schedule, and instead agricultural produce intended for export under the 2nd and 3rd schedules. And the words 4th schedule are deleted throughout and substituted, therefore, the 2nd and 3rd schedules. Mr. President, Clause 28 repeals and replaces Section 27 of the Principal Act, which deals with the power of inspector to enter premises. Instead, it now deals with the power of inspector to inspect and detain. And this provides for the inspector to enter premises without warrant to search specified equipment, and if such search reveals evidence that the specified equipment is being used in contravention of the Act, to seize and detain it. Mr. President, specified equipment may be forfeited through the court on an application by the DPP. Mr. President, Clause 29 deals with the repeal of Section 28, which deals with penalties, and it provides for a new Section 28, which provides for a fine not exceeding $3 million on conviction of certain offenses, and in default, to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years. Mr. President, in respect of the power of inspectors, Clause 30 amends Section 29, and that essentially deletes, Mr. President, it deletes the word time wherever it appears and substitutes the word reasonable time. It deletes the words mentioned in the 4th schedule wherever they appear, and it deletes in subsection 2 and substitutes, therefore, the provision allowing an inspector to condemn any agricultural produce under the Act, to forbid the exportation of condemned produce, and order the seizure and destruction of the condemned agricultural produce. The seizure and destruction shall be carried out by a constable under the superintendence of the inspector, and it renumbers the sections, Mr. President. It also deletes from subsection 4 as renumber the word second schedule and substitute first. And Mr. President, there are some other clarifications there in terms of the second schedule and the first schedule. Mr. President, clause 31 repeals and replaces section 30, which previously dealt with the advisory board, and it now will state the periodic review of the act, and the clause will provide for the periodic review by a committee of both houses of parliament appointed for the purpose. Mr. President, clause 32 amends section 32 of the act, which deals with onus propandi, and deletes the words license, produce, dealer, and substitutes the word dealer, as well as the word, deletes the word of the articles thereof. Clause 33 repeals section 34, Mr. President, which deals with the duty of the registrar, and clause 34 repeals and replaces section 35, which intends to, or rather which dealt before with expenses and salaries payable out of the treasury. It will now, under the new section 35, deal with payment of additional expenses. And the clause essentially provides that any additional expenses in effecting the provisions of the Act will be provided for in the annual estimates of revenue and expenditure of the island as approved by the House of Representatives. Clause 35 repeals and replaces 36, which deals with offenses, and it just replaces with a new 36 setting out various offenses which may be committed under the Act. And clause 36 amends section 37, which deals with summary trial, deleting the resident magistrate and substituting judge of the parish court, deleting the word 250,000, the words 250,000, and substituting therefore the words 3 million, deleting the words 3 months and substituting therefore the words 3 years, and deleting the words where the penalty exceeds $50,000 and not exceeding 1 month in all other cases. Mr. President, amendment of section 38 is achieved through clause 37, which deals with appeals, and it deletes the words Rural Agricultural Development Authority, substitutes authority, and inserts next after the words under section 2A the words or an application for a dealer's license under section 3. Clause 38 repeals the first section of the Principal Act. Clause 39 amends the second schedule of the Principal Act. Clause 40 repeals the third schedule of the Principal Act, and Clause 41 amends the fourth schedule of the Principal Act. Mr. President, Clause 42 amends the fifth schedule of the Principal Act, and Clause 43 amends the sixth schedule of the Principal Act. Clause 44 deals with a consequential amendment. It amends the Rural Agricultural Development Authority Act, and in particular section 4, to provide for the issuance of the certificate of registration, the dealer's license, and to charge fees for services provided by or on behalf of the authority. Clause 45 provides for another consequential amendment, this time to the amendment of the Praedial Larceny Prevention Act, and in this case, section 2, by deleting the definition of agricultural produce and substituting the new definition under this act, under section 2. Mr. President, again, as I close, I state that this bill seeks to expand the initiatives of the government of Jamaica to stamp out the scourge of Praedial larceny, to catch it at source and at demand, and also at any transportational level or effort that is being made. Mr. President, the aim is to ensure that our farmers are the primary beneficiaries of their hard work. It is a serious problem that has been plaguing the agricultural sector for decades, and we're moving to stiffen the penalties to deter would-be Praedial larcenists and to punish those caught more harshly. Mr. President, we want to salute our farmers and our fishers for pushing through the challenges that exist in their sector and for their display of dedication and resilience. We want to say to them that we stand with them and that we will eliminate the two-foot puss. Mr. President, I want to take the opportunity to thank and commend the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, the Praedial Larceny Prevention Unit, the Jamaica Agricultural Society, and the JCF for their efforts thus far in managing this nuisance so far. So, Mr. President, in the circumstances highlighted, I want to ask for my colleagues to support this act, to support the passing of this bill, and I look forward to hearing their contributions. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to take the opportunity to thank and commend the Ministry of Agriculture.
Just before you, Senator, thank you very much, Minister. Just before, Minister, I noticed that the legislation is referring to keeping a book. There's no consideration that one would keep any sort of electronic record.
That will come in due course. But by interpretation, it will operate otherwise.
Okay. And I also noticed that in the list of livestock and fish, it doesn't take into account what you would refer to as, I'm trying to remember the name that they use for pet fish and ornamental fish. Don't take into account ornamental fish or birds that are used in the pet trade because they are subject to Praedial larceny as well.
I'm not aware that the definition doesn't cover them, Mr. President. So, and looking at the legislative framework, how it works together, because it's agricultural produce, there's a Praedial larceny act as well. So
no, because I was just looking at the fifth schedule that talks about chickens, ducks, geese, guinea fowl, ostriches, and peacocks. It's not taking into account things such as parrots, doves, etc., which are subject to Praedial larceny. But you could look at it.
I will look at it, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Minister. Senator Floyd, Dr. Floyd Morris.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I rise to make my contribution and give support to this piece of legislation. And I do so, Mr. President, colleagues,
Thank you very much, Minister.
with a great deal of sadness, because it is speaking to an area that I hold dear to my heart, but has been placed under severe restrictions by my wife because of what has been done to me because of the 2-foot puss that the minister spoke about. And being a woman who is always conscious about the books financially, she has to protect the family finances, lest I venture down a pathway that caused me serious problems some time ago. And I will mention that later on in my presentation. But Mr. President, colleagues, this is an extremely important piece of legislation as it seeks to protect a significant portion of our population that has chosen to use farming as the means of improving their personal lives and feeding the nation. Over 400,000 individuals depend on agriculture for survival. Well, I would say 400,000 individuals, Senator Gale, directly involved in farming, in agriculture. 15% of the population, and based on the figures that Minister gave, I think it's 88% contribution to GDP, which is significant in the scheme of things. And if we were to get rid of the two-foot puss and control the Praedial larceny, that's $6 billion that we lose annually estimated could mushroom and make a more sizable contribution to our gross domestic product. Because I've always believed, Mr. President, that agriculture, we are underutilizing the productive capacity of our country because agriculture, the problems bedeviling the agricultural sector. And chief amongst which is the problems associated with Praedial larceny. And many individuals have had to move out of agriculture because of just sheer frustration with the theft related to agriculture, in agriculture. And I want to start, Mr. President, by stating and repeating something that was said by my colleague and spokesperson on agriculture in the lower house, Mr. Lucian Cousins, when he said that he, while supporting the bill, he would have rather for the bill to go through a joint select committee process. And I support the position, Mr. President, because I believe that it would send a powerful signal to the country that both sides of the aisle, and I'm not saying that it is going to happen now, both sides of the aisle are united fully behind this scourge on our farmers, that of Praedial larceny. Because when the two-foot puss go out there, him don't go out there dressed in green or orange. Him don't go out there in any political with any political paraphernalia. Him go there just for rob and thief and destroy. And I don't, them nice terms, no nice terms like Praedial larceny, because them are thief. Thief. And we have to show a united force. So I would have wanted to have that joint select committee because if you look at the various legislation that have been passed in the House previously and gone through the joint select committee process, have come back stronger, better, and accepted across the aisle and by the broader society. And I would have rather that the legislation would have gone through that process, to send that powerful signal. But I want to say, Mr. President, the bill, nevertheless, enjoys our support on this side of the aisle. In particular, Mr. President, we take note that there are increases in the fines and penalties, which are always welcome in light of what is being done to the farmers out there. And one of the things that strikes me is what the criminals or the theft that is taking place in the agricultural sector has evolved, where now we see them moving from the criminals going with probably them machetes or sticks to defend themselves if they are caught. Well, machetes. Where they are, all right, cutlass. All right, let us settle with it. Cutlass. So they are going to rob and thief the farmers. Not with them cutlass or sticks anymore, but with guns. And it is not just a little pie, as they would say. It is high-powered automatic rifle that they are going to attack the farmers with. I was listening to the news one night and heard a farmer who managed to capture what was taking place outside when they were peppering his house with gunfire. And I said, oh my, this man is working hard. And those of us who have ventured into agriculture know that farming is not light work. It's hard work. And then, in the dead of the night, criminals come to thief what they never planted, to thief and reap what they never sowed. And if that is not enough, they are coming to kill the man who has worked hard for his agricultural produce. And I tell you, Mr. President, it pains my heart in terms of seeing that evolution in Jamaica today. And Minister has pointed out that, the level of theft that is taking place in the agricultural sector has gone regional because of its connection with one of our neighboring countries to the north. And, Mr. President, I am very happy of the measures that are being taken in order to deal with this particular situation. But I am also concerned and a bit disappointed as to what has happened with the tagging system that was mooted and introduced some time ago in, I think it was 2013, 2014, somewhere thereabout, for the animals to be tagged as a part of the prevention of Praedial larceny. I don't know what has happened with that, because I know that internationally It has worked well in a number of jurisdictions, but it has not taken off in a significant way in Jamaica. I am almost certain that there was a pilot for it, but I mean, by and large, that tagging system has not evolved to the point where, you know, all the goats, all the cattle and so forth are tagged in our country. And I would like to, if Minister could give us an indication as to what has taken place or what is taking place with that particular system, because I know it was introduced in, I think, 2012, 2013, somewhere thereabout, when the Praedial larceny Act was last amended. One of the things that I have noted in this piece of legislation, Minister, is the significant responsibility that will now fall under the Rural Agricultural Development Authority. And RADA has played a very important role in agricultural development in Jamaica, and will continue to do so in the future. But I'm certain that from time to time I have heard of various challenges associated with the entity, and I hope that in going forward and ensuring that this piece of legislation is effectively implemented, that we see a strengthening of RADA to make sure that it is able to carry out all the responsibilities that it has under the current piece of legislation that we are debating. Mr. President, you know, one of the things that I took note from Minister's presentation is a number of assistance and support that is given to individuals where agricultural products are concerned. And I have often said that sometimes in giving out assistance to individuals, a man just come to the office or they go to the member of parliament and say they want to do a thing. And them say, what you want to do? And them say, boy, I want to raise some chickens. And they just get the assistance like that without the requisite training, without the requisite follow-up management mechanisms putting in place. And that is something that ARADA would need to make sure that it have under its focus going forward, because you don't want to give individuals who don't have an understanding of farming these things. And then later on, they come back, same with the problems being repeated all around. You want to make sure now you strengthen real farmers with the requisite assistance so that, you know, they can bolster the productive capacity of our country. You know, Mr. President, when I started my presentation, I alluded to my experiences in the agricultural sector. And I can say that I have been involved with agriculture from I was at primary school when my mother bought me my first goat. And that goat took me through high school because every summer, Senator Gale, I was able to kill a ram and then we sell the meat, and because my family is a substantively butcher family, and I would have that money now to purchase school uniform and books to go to school. And it was a joy for me raising those goats, because in the evening, Minister would go in the cane field and let go the goats to graze. Well, what I will say, I was before Damien, where goats are concerned. And it was a joy to be in the cane fields, just doing my assignments and, you know, studying at the time. Those were in my sighted years. And then, you know, after my sight faded, I had to sell the goats because they were more difficult to control. One goat had much room to 30 odd heads of goat, and it was very difficult to control. So I shifted now, when I got blind, to raising chickens. And it did very well for me, moving from 100 to 500 at the home that I was living. And then after, it assisted me going to university and so forth. And after, I decided that I was going to expand it because it was doing very well. And so I wanted a bigger space. So I expanded the business to the point where I was raising 15,000 broiler chicks on a monthly basis. Mr. President, this is where the problem came in, because it was during this time that I encountered the thievery. You know, because I was raising chickens and at the same time engaged in other agricultural production. Pepper, pumpkin, cassava. Well, they never troubled the cassava because cassava is not a crop that thieves like. They have to go there and dig in the night, and, you know, that is problematic for them. But they will go and just pick your pepper and also your pumpkin just like that, you know. And after a while, you watch your note in your field, and you see what is being produced, and you think that you are going to come in for a bumper crop. And then in the midst of a night, you know, these individuals just come in and boops, them thief everything that you have. And likewise, that was happening with the poultry as well, because they could easily well, Mr. President, pull the mesh from around the coop, take out their chickens, and because you have 6,000 birds in a coop, you are there thinking that, oh yes, you have a good crop of chickens that are coming in. And when you slaughter, you only end up with 5,000. Because the 2-foot puss over time come in and just raid your farm. And, you know, it caused serious problems. And a lot of times, after closing down the operation, I want to go back in it because it is something that I love. But, you know, as I said, my wife said we have an agreement and an understanding. And I had to admit to her some time ago because I broke that agreement and was doing cattle in the way hills of St. Anne, Senator Fitzgerald. Way hills of St. Anne. And one morning I got up and was listening to the news and heard that thieves were on the rampage with cattle in St. Anne. And I immediately called the guy who was raising and keeping the cattle for me and said, listen me, you know, we have to make a move now. We have to sell every one of them because I don't know what I would have told my wife if those cattle were stolen. And I sold them, and I mean, funny enough, I did make a profit from the venture at the point in time. But it just shows you the uncertainties in the sector and the ordeal that farmers have to go through after investing in something that they love, because for a lot of the farmers, you know, it is not just a business for them. It is something that they love. It is something that they enjoy. And to see that they invest, they borrow money and they invest in the sector. And then lo and behold, these criminals come in the dead of the night and just rob what they never planted. And any measure that is constitutional, I support in order to protect our farmers. And this piece of legislation fits within that ambit. Save and except that, I mean, I would have wanted it to go through the joint selection committee process to ensure that it enjoys full support from the political directorate in our country and send a signal to those criminals, the 2-foot puss, that we're not going to stand by and see them rob and plunder our farmers who have taken it on their shoulders to plant rare animals in order to feed our nation. And I support the legislation and ask our minister in terms of the follow-up questions there that I had posed in my presentation for a response. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Senator Morris. Senator Gill.
Yes, President. Thank you. And, you know, Senator Morris, that was an extensive presentation by you in supporting the objective. And I always share the sentiment that when we have important legislations, they could go through a joint select committee. The only difference in my mind now is that, you know, a joint select committee, whilst important, can be an extensive process. It's an important process of gathering recommendations. The issue is that this matter of Praedial larceny, we have to treat with it now. We have to treat with it immediately. And I assume that some of the recommendations that would have been derived, that form part of these amendments, would have been done by consultations with the stakeholders, by the ministry and the minister. President, it's a very critical issue. And look at on page 34 of the bill, the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons. And it speaks of effectively regulating the trade and movement of agricultural produce. And it's intended as an update of the legislation to bring in line with modern agricultural practices to make the Act more applicable in incorporating stringent provisions to deter Praedial larceny. I could go further in offering some other strategic objectives. The minister spoke about it in her presentation. The question of stable, safe, and affordable food supplies, sustainable and resilient farming systems, to create innovative, profitable agribusiness, and a standard pursued goal of improving food security. Mr. President, I want to commend any individual who have sought as their livelihood to pursue farming. It is not the easiest. It is not the easiest responsibility for some people who work an 8-hour day. The farmer, whether it be for crop production or livestock, it's a work that takes them from sunrise to sunset. And to protect their livelihood, they have to make themselves available 24/7. Mr. President, it is an awesome responsibility to be a farmer. President, you know, the impact of Praedial larceny on farmers, it inflicts profound hardship, disrupting their livelihoods, hampering agricultural productivity. The economic loss, this $6 billion that the minister spoke about, you know, is critical. Farmers suffer substantial financial setbacks due to their stolen produce, resulting in diminished incomes, decreased investment capacity, and it hinders the growth of the agricultural sector. Farming is a serious commercial activity that ought to be protected. Mr. President, the psychological toll on a farmer in losing their produce is real. Just last week in the news, you saw the female that spoke about, I'm giving up. I've invested in this for not only for subsistent purposes, but for commercial purposes, for the thieves just to come and take it. And this is something that, you know, many rural communities depend on for livelihood. Many rural communities depend on for the commercial activity that is defined for that rural community. To feed the families, for all the shops in those communities, they depend on the farmers. Mr. President, it obstructs our agricultural process. It discourages the innovation that we are trying to pursue in agriculture. and it's a demotivation for farmers. So it really stifles our development. And Mr. President, every single solitary industry that you can think of in agriculture is impacted negatively based on Praedial larceny. Maybe the only one that I could think of that I have not heard a report yet is the apiary or the bee's hive, that they might be threatened to attack the bee's hive. But any day you hear about it, President, have it that a beekeeper may be involved, because it's going to require the skills. So that beekeeper may be aiding and abetting. But the thing about it is that where we have in that area that amends the clause 37, clause 36, that amends the fines, we must also seek to address those who aid and abet, those who are in support. Mr. President, I particularly like the amendments to the new clause 12. Every licensed dealer who purchases agricultural produce shall keep a book to record at the time of purchase of any agricultural produce the name and address of the owner of the produce, the date of purchase, the description of the process, weight. What it does, is that it defines that a commercial activity is taking place. And this thing where dealers just receive the goods from anybody, any source, is not on. The records should be kept, because you just can't be accepting goods from any and any source. And so what it does is that it minimizes, it mitigates against those dealers accepting and receiving stolen properties. What is important in this, though, President, is that the role of the inspector is going to be very critical. And so those who are the inspectorates plays this very critical role, that they must continue to do their jobs in terms of inspecting. And so it says that the books under subsection 1 shall be open at all reasonable hours for inspection by a constable or the inspector or any other person so authorized. So this, in my mind, is a good connection in terms of protection. Mr. President, we have to change, and the modernization that the legislation is speaking of, we have to now start utilizing advanced technologies such as GPS trackers, drone surveillance system to monitor farmlands to deter theft. And what we may have to look at is giving some sort of a support, whether it is for the importation of, in terms of custom duties for farmers, to be able to acquire these equipments. Yeah? If we're going to be moving towards improving, modernizing the technology, the agricultural system, then we have to give some support for a defined period in terms of allowing the farmers to be able to acquire the technology. Mr. President, a collaborative approach is required, a collaborative approach between law enforcement agencies and local farming communities to create watch groups and quick response mechanisms. It can't be left on the farmers alone. It can't be left on the police. It has to be a collaborative effort. Today we are introducing stringent laws and penalties to target the offenders. But it also requires a different type of approach for the farming communities. Community vigilance, Mr. President, is important. Establishing neighborhood watches, programs to encourage the communal vigilance to promptly report. You can't attack them, or respond to them, but just that community vigilance that can report suspicious activities within a community. Mr. President, also important is the question of facilitating platforms for farmers to share experiences. And this is where RADA comes in now. And the minister spoke about the various levels of training. But this training has to be consistent. Can't be a training for just a defined period. And sometimes when you develop the best established procedures, you must share them. It is effective. So, Mr. President, I am very much in support of the objectives of this legislation. The first thing I'm going to say to you, Lamy, is that I like the tie. And it really takes agriculture to reap you out.
Senator Brown, you know that we spoke about you this morning and said that we had hoped to see you in the new year. It's an absolute delight to see you out with us this morning.
President, I tried to give a cue this morning, but you weren't hearing me. I essentially said, I'll see you all before Christmas. Yes. I meant today.
Where is a true meaning of hybrid, from remote to physical.
I'm sure that Senator Brown did not mind the interruption. Senator Gale did not mind the interruption.
But I'm going to hold the tie for it. President, we have agriculture puts in some 8% of our GDP for just the primary products. And when people like Senator Webby and his enterprise treat with the processed products, it increases it. Value added. And so it's important that we take steps to continue to improve our agriculture, to incentivize innovation, to invest, and the minister spoke about it, and we have to continue to enhancing the rural infrastructure, including the roads, the irrigation systems, the storage facilities, to facilitate agricultural growth. We have to continue to do that. The country depends on it, and we have to deliver in response to the country. And Mr. President, I am very happy that whatever we are doing today, we are seeking to protect those who continue to put food on our table, to protect those who continue to enhance the growth in export that we have been receiving as a country. Mr. President, this move in this legislation is going in the right direction. I urge us to continue to consult with the farmers, to get their feedback in terms of their concerns, and for us to use whatever that we would have derived out of those consultations to pursue further plans in the protection of our farmers. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gale. Senator Fraser-Binns.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise to make my brief remarks on this bill entitled the Agricultural Produce Bill. Well, Mr. President, I have to tell Senator Brown, how very happy I am to see him. We're in fact so delighted, Lamy. You know, words can't express how we feel seeing Lamy here.
Looking very different too.
You know what they say about absence, right? But Mr. President, I shall wish to make very brief remarks on this bill and cognizant of the agenda that we have today. Minister, you started off with something that I agree with, and that is the importance, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's the importance of food security. And food security has become even more important within the context of climate change. The fact is that we cannot, to a large extent, control the effects of climate change. We can mitigate, we can adapt, but we simply can't. And we also know the effect that climate change has on our agricultural produce. What we can do is to have full control over man-made challenges to our agriculture, and that is Praedial larceny. And I am particularly happy today that we're taking another step to deal with that challenge. The fact, Mr. President, is that when one looks at the sector and the issue of Praedial larceny, there has been several attempts over time to deal with it, whether it was the ticketing system, the tagging, the passport.
Warden.
At one point, I recall there was a chip. I mean, there has been a myriad of recommendations, some implemented, to how to treat with this, and we simply have not dealt with it in a, your favorite word, Mr. President, a fulsome way.
That's not my word.
And so this is another, but a welcome step in dealing with this challenge. I recall when Senator Bunting was at Ministry of National Security, the anti-gang legislation was passed. And in my memory, I recall that Praedial larceny was one of the offenses. So I quickly said to him, is it in it? And he said yes. And then, Minister, you mentioned it. And I want to find out, Minister, if you're in a position to let us know how many, if any at all, have been charged under the anti-gang relative to Praedial larceny, if any at all. And I ask that particularly because you said it, and it is known that the gun for food trade, I'm not going to say gun, because we call it the gun for drugs, but I'm going to call it gun for food now. It has taken on a new dimension, and I would be very keen to find out whether there has been any, and if so, how many. The other thing that I want to find out is, I think you said that there were 13 persons charged last year. I'm not sure if it was for the calendar year last year or it was for a period of time, whether any of those have been brought to completion and the conviction. And I ask those questions because whereas I fully support the proposed amendments here, one of the things that I am very convinced about, not limited to agriculture and Praedial larceny, is that one way to deter criminal is a certainty of not just being charged, but being found guilty and being being found guilty and being sentenced. So enforcement is very important. Though it may not be seen as a direct connection to Praedial larceny, But I can't help but to mention something that I believe is of critical importance as we consider how we treat with Praedial larceny, and that has to do with land ownership. Successive governments over the years have tried to put legal ownership in the hands of all Jamaicans, including our farmers. I recall working at LAMP, where we had the National Irrigation Commission, and it continues. I recall the amendments that were made to the titles, the Registration of Titles Act that established the Special Provisions Act. And I remember the amendments that were made recently to the Registration of Titles Act that had what we call, for want of a better term, mandatory registration of property. But I raise that issue because one of the things that continue to plague our farmers is that they do not own the lands that they farm on. And if we are to not just enforce legislation, but also to put our farmers in a position that they can protect that which they farm, then land ownership is going to be important. It is important because it gives permanence, but also you can then take your title to the, I won't say the PC bank because that's a whole set of conversation, but you can take your title to a financial institution to get the funds you need to properly secure your property. And Minister, it is not within your portfolio, so I'm not necessarily expecting a response. I'm just throwing it up for further conversation. That as we continue the conversation on Praedial larceny and securing our farmers and food security, that this is something that we have to continue to look at. And I say continue because efforts have been made in that regard. And before I get to a few comments on the bill, there is another point I want to raise. And as we talk about food security and the encouragement of farmers, there's the income side of it. Last week, I think, Senator Gale, you and I sit in a committee that is reviewing the security interest in personal properties. And we heard from the representative from the Jamaica Agricultural Society some of the challenges and the concerns that they have. And one of the things that came out, and I made a contribution in that regard, and it came from a conversation, from a point that was raised by Senator Longmore, was that a lot of persons within the farming sector do not have certainty of markets. And I'm using this as an opportunity to put a plug in for what we know as the Agricultural Marketing Corporation, because that in and of itself offered a ready market for farmers. So they know that they can plant whatever produce, they can rear whatever livestock, and there is a market there. And I believe that as we contemplate not just food security, but also increasing the opportunity for export and for reducing our food importation bill, then I think that an organization, an entity such as the ANC is something that we ought to give consideration to. Mr. President, I want to just, for a few minutes, look at some of the provisions in the bill. Minister, I want to start at page 5, clause 3, which amends section 2A. So it's section 2A, 2A, 2A1, subsection, it is section 2A, subsection 2, small a. And it reads, the sale or export of agricultural produce grown and sold by the grower on the premises owned by the grower. This provision essentially talks about persons, the fact that you need to apply for a registration, a license, unless the person has been granted a license in accordance with the Act. And then it says at B, the sale or export of agriculture for premises owned by the grower. And I want to zero in on the word owned, because I am not quite sure, and I'm happy your technical team is there, is in the contemplation, a definition was given to the word owned. And I say that Because I can farm on a piece of land that I do not own. It could be a family land. It could be... No, I guess if you rent it, then you have a legal entitlement to it. But I'm not sure if for the purpose here we're talking about property that has legal ownership. Do you have to be able to establish some type of legal ownership, whether it is by way of a rental agreement, a lease, a certificate of title, a certificate of compliance, whatever the means is? I think it's important for us to state whether it is that kind of ownership you want, because persons will farm on land that they don't own. They may have, it could be crown land, but they could have entered upon the property and they would have acquired ownership through adverse possession, but they don't have a title for it. So I am keen to find out how is that treated and what is the definition that you have in mind when you speak about premises owned by the grower. Still on page 5, section 3, 2D2, so that's number 2, Roman numeral 2. It says too small to be of commercial significance. And when I look at the definition of commercial significance, it says production of crops or livestock intended for commerce or profit. Again, I'm seeking clarification, because you have your farmers who farm for profit. And they may sell, they go to the town center and they sell. They may sell to the Kingston farmers, or they may sell for export, or they may farm for export. But then you have some persons who farm and they just happen to sell, but they make a profit. So again, just out of an abundance of caution, for the avoidance of doubt, I believe that there ought to be some clarification when you say too small to be of commercial significance. Are we talking about our big farmers, the ones with the 3 and the 4 acres, or are we talking about the quarter-acre farmers who just happen to have a surplus and then sells? I think clarification is needed in that regard. On page 8, clause 5, which amends section 4 and is 4.1b. It says the application under section 3 shall be accompanied by a criminal record report not exceeding 12 months in respect of the applicant. I have a proposal, because having had to do it for more than one reason and having associated myself with persons who need a report, I can tell it's not the easiest process. And I am proposing, Minister, I must admit I'm not quite sure how it operates now, but I'm proposing, but what I'm proposing, though, if you bear with me to my proposal, is similar to when you're getting a mortgage from a financial institution. You sign a document allowing them to get a credit report, that you also sign a document allowing them to get that criminal report. Now, I know that part of the process will include fingerprinting, but I think that part can be accommodated by the individual. But certainly the process to get that report, I think, to make the process so much easier, is something that could be done through the entity with the express permission of the applicant. Still on clause 5, for subsection 5. Now, starting at subsection 3, it speaks about where the applicant, number 5, it says the authority determines that an applicant does not satisfy the requirement under this section. And once you're told, then you have then you must be written to within 45 days of the refusal. What is not stated here is how long after the application will you be notified of your acceptance or your refusal. I appreciate that a timeline is given for in which you should be communicated to about the refusal, but there's no timeline as to when the application should be reviewed. So I'm putting that as something that we can consider. And my second to last proposal has to come on page 10, clause 9, section 8. And at section 8, clause 9, it speaks to the cancellation of the registration. And subsection 2 says that you should notify the dealer in writing of the proposed cancellation, and B says to state the reason for the cancellation. And to notify the dealer of the right of appeal conferred under section 38. I wondered, Minister, again in the operation, whether in a normal situation, the communication states the steps that must be taken by the applicant in a case where he or she wishes to appeal a decision by the authority. And finally, not a provision to do with the clause, but I noticed the role that RADA has to play, or will continue to play. And I have a word to say about RADA. Because I believe that for reasons you mentioned, Minister, and my colleagues supporting your position about food security and the importance of agriculture, then the Ministry of Agriculture, but in particular RADA, has got to reimagine its purpose. I can't tell you the number of complaints that have been shared, negative experiences about RADA. And as we move forward and as we contemplate RADA having perhaps a more involved role, then RADA, this is something for you to take back to Minister Green. I know it's not your portfolio, but RADA cannot continue to operate how it has been operating. We have been in Joint Select Committee meetings. We've heard some of the comments. The entities that were established for the purpose of the development of agriculture cannot be going through a motion at this time. They simply can't be doing business as they did in 2000. They have got to become modernized. They have to have the best of technology, and they need to have the resources that are required to ensure that they can do their work. Now, I am not sure what's going on at RADA, but Minister, I believe that unless or until we take a forensic approach to the overhaul of RADA, then the objectives that we have set out as a country in terms of the role that agriculture has to play will not be realized. And so I am hoping that as we support these amendments today, that RADA in particular will be reimagined to ensure that it can carry through the objects for which it was first established, given the changes that have taken place in 2023 and beyond. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fraser-Binns. Senator Fitzhenley.
Thank you, sir. I have assumed an upright carriage briefly, sir, to lend my support to this bill which proposes to amend the Agricultural Produce Act. And I'll be brief because much of what I have to say, some of it has been said. And I also sense as well that Senator Bunting is itching to give some encomiums towards the government's crime-fighting efforts. So I think he should be allowed. So I won't be long. I shall allow him the time to do so. The Agricultural Produce Act was passed in 1926.
and intended to regulate the trade and movement in agricultural produces. I take these amendments as significant because it sends a signal that the government of Jamaica is prepared to send a strong message to perpetrators of organized crime, people who seek to disrupt the livelihood of folks who I regard as the ultimate nation builders, our farmers, and people who seek to jeopardize efforts to foster food security in Jamaica, that this Parliament is prepared to create a framework that when caught, the punishment will be significant. I think it's a step in the right direction. I won't say long overdue because I'm one of those who believe nothing before its time, but I think these amendments are indeed timely. Because many people in urban Jamaica, I don't think many of us understand the significant dislocation that is caused when Praedial larcenists strike. I spend quite a bit of time in rural Jamaica, and I see firsthand that when a couple of pigs are stolen, or goats, for argument's sake, or cows, it deals a major blow to an entire ecosystem, and Senator Gale alluded to it earlier. Things that we take for granted. It inhibits the ability to pay light bills, water bills, put food on table, and also it often affects the ability of a family to send their offsprings to school. And that's what I alluded to when I said Praedial larcenists are one of the chief orchestrators of activities which seek to disrupt nation building. I think it is good that the government of Jamaica has moved to send a signal that we're prepared to treat with this matter, which really is organized crime, in a very serious manner. And I want to commend the Agriculture Minister, Floyd Green, who is very much au fait with these issues, for saying to the Praedial larcenists that enough is enough. To steal a man or a woman's produces or their livestock, there's a significant likelihood that you will have to dig deep into your pocket or spend some time behind bars. I think this sort of amendment as well, to the Agricultural Produce Amendment Act, sends a signal that this administration is prepared to deal with issues that not just affect the upper echelons of society, not just the topenaries among us, but we are prepared to address issues which affect, I don't like to say the ordinary Jamaican, but the Jamaican who may not be significant in terms of their fiscal muscle, but they are extending significant efforts to provide for themselves and their families and are among the ultimate heroes in our country. That's what good politics is about. Practical engagement of the legislative process, engineering solutions which will assist in addressing issues that affect the masses and people who are trying to do right by their country. On the matter of restitution, I've heard a few cases where people who are victims of Praedial larcenists are made whole swiftly, and that is encouraging. I'd also like to sensitize stakeholders, including law enforcement and the farmers, to a provision in, I believe, the Praedial Larceny Prevention Act that prescribes that when an individual is caught stealing produces or livestock, if that vehicle is registered to the suspect, upon conviction, it may form the vehicle, the unit, may form part of the restitution process. I'd like to see this provision in the law being enforced with greater frequency. And, you know, in summary, I believe that what we need to do as a society is to address the whole culture of Samfaism, people who believe that they are entitled to what really does not belong to them, entitled to reap what they do not sow. And of course, addressing this problem, well, whether you call them criminals, brigands, thieves, pilferers, you know, the fact of the matter is that they are to be dealt with and treated with in a serious manner. I believe at the core of this issue is a multi-stakeholder effort is necessary to deal with this business of where quite a few people feel that they're entitled to what belongs to others. And this will have to involve not just government or private sector or the church, but also the captains of popular culture. Some of them will tell you that some people call it scamming or Praedial larceny. They call it reparations. That sort of mindset has to be condemned. It has to be inculcated in the minds of the current and future generation. The basic precept that by a man's sweat shall he eat. Not by pouncing upon the blood, sweat, and tears of others. And that's a larger discussion that I don't propose to delve too far into today. But I think the Peace and Transformation Ministry that the Prime Minister mooted not too long ago, should it come into being, perhaps could deal with some of these cultural issues which touch and concern the pervasiveness of Praedial larceny in this country. As I close on the matter of law enforcement, I know that since the start of the year, the police have conducted more than 7,000 Praedial larceny focused patrols, done over 80,000 vehicle searches, arrested 59 people, and have 99 cases before the court. I'd encourage law enforcement to intensify efforts in this regard, to bring these thieves to justice, even as I note that significant gains have been made. And of course, increasing fines under the Praedial Larceny Act or the Agricultural Produce Amendment Act is just part of the larger effort by the administration to address the issue of violent crime. On the matter of law enforcement, sir, I'd also encourage the police that when they carry a man or a woman before the court who has stolen a farmer's produces or their livestock, that they publicize it. And when a conviction is secured, I'd encourage my former colleagues in the media to publicize it as well. Name them and shame them. And in so doing, perhaps we can take steps towards deterring more people from engaging in this wicked act that is Praedial larceny, because that's what it really is, a wicked act. I support passage of this bill, which, again, I believe is an indication of the seriousness of this administration in addressing organized crime, pushing back against people who are prepared to reap what they did not sow, and jeopardize Jamaica's efforts to achieve food security. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Fitzhenley. Senator Brown.
Mr. President. Mr. President, it was my intention today to turn up after a long period of illness. And I thought there's going to be a challenge in climbing the stairs of the Parliament. But with the help of my current nurse. I was able to navigate it. And then I look to you and say, but in 2016 you promised us a lift. I now understand the difficulty why we need that lift. But Mr. President, I crave your indulgence to thank all those well-wishers, those who have visited with me, those who have talked with me during my illness. But for the grace of God, I could easily not have been here today. If you hear me use the phrase, the steadfast love of the Lord never ceases, then you have to give credit to somebody on that side for reminding me and my family of the power of the Father. I didn't hear Ronnie. Amen. Mr. President, in respect to the bill before us, on the way in, as I listened to the minister speak, because I was on Zoom, I was here virtually, I had no intention of really coming to speak. But the 13 farmers who were killed this year struck me. And when I connect that to the lady in Manchester who you saw on TV who said, in farming, when you plant for the teeth. When you grow the animals, you grow them for the teeth. She made bite of the week. And that's the reality. I remember the man out in Portland who was murdered trying to protect his cattle. And so I have to ask myself, is this bill sufficient to make up for what needs to be done to what Roger Clark of blessed memory described, Minister, as the 2-foot post? It's a long time we fight in the 2-foot post. Long time we fight in Praedial larceny. I sat in the Senate with Norman Grant, former president of the JS, and he has been on this issue over and over. I listened, Minister, to when the last amendments were made, I think 2004, 2005. That's almost 20 years ago. It has taken a long time for the measures to come. But I am concerned that the answer to our problems, whether crime or Praedial larceny, is really enforcement and not just a longer sentence. It may sound good. Give them a longer sentence. In fact, one man in the TV clip says, 3 months in, 3 months out is not enough. So the law of a longer sentence is there. But the key thing is, you can't sentence somebody unless you successfully convict them. So you have a long sentence, but you have no conviction. What does that long sentence do for the farmer? Nice feel good. Nice fool them, some would say. But it certainly doesn't solve the problem. So, President, 13 farmers murdered, and the sentence is life imprisonment for those. The question I'd like to ask the government, how many of those 13 cases have been cleared up? 13 farmers killed? How many of those 13 cases cleared up? And by cleared up, I mean, you lock up somebody. You charge somebody. You don't convict them yet, You don't convict them yet. And Mas Luton is like Glenmure winning the Champions League against you, but faltering in the cup. Sorry. And Senator Scott Motley too. The reality is, you have to go up more than just win the Champion Cup with a long sentence. You have to back that up with real enforcement. So murder is life imprisonment. And if I follow the government, it is 50 or 60 years before parole. But that hasn't stopped them from killing farmers. That hasn't stopped them from stealing the goats and the cows and the fish, even when you put crocodile in the ponds. It doesn't stop them. So we have to go beyond just longer sentence. We have to go to enforcement. And I was always impressed, Senator Hill, with the Colin Powell doctrine. And he's a Jamaican. Overwhelming force. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. With overwhelming force. So, we go to the police stations in the rural areas. They don't have a vehicle. They don't have sufficient people to get out there to take on these high-powered gunmen. So until we build a force that is sufficient to scare and frighten the criminals, to change the odds, where the criminals feel they can succeed against the poor farmers. Until we do that, we'll come back and talk 20 years from now about the Praedial larcenies and the fact that we have not won the battle against them. So we have to move beyond, because Senator Bunting, I remember when the anti-gang legislation came, 25 years for gang membership. And one would think that that would then lead people to resile and recoil from gang membership. Gang membership has grown. Gangs continue to be a menace to the society. The answer is not long sentence. So imagine, Minister, imagine as you said, we passed this bill assented by the Governor General. How many of the criminals it's going to deter? Tonight, Monday, next week? Will it stop their nefarious deeds? And Senator Webby, it has been a long issue, my friend, as to who buy the products. Because the thieves don't retail it. The thieves don't retail it, you know. Them sell it to some big person who then profit off it. So the issue for me is not just a longer sentence. Life imprisonment for murder already exists and it hasn't stopped murder. How many murders this year, Joe? It's more down than last year. It's too much. It's more than any time that Bunting was there. And the year not two. Point I'm making is the long sentence hasn't stopped murder. The long sentence is not, while necessary, is not going to stop Praedial larceny. What will stop it is when they go up to the mines district in St. Ann or Prospect or anywhere in Manchester and they understand that there's sufficient security force nearby that will overwhelm them. So it's not there against the farmers, but the overwhelming presence of security force. And if we have to multiply that by having auxiliary security force, wardens, whatever, train them, arm them. But we must change the odds against the 2-foot posts. We must change the odds against the criminals. And until we do that, until we go and get the people who are conspiring by buying the product. When you kill 5 cows, that's not selling it to the retail man. You sell that to some big person. So for me, the issue of this is enforcement. Senator Bunting, enforcement mean vehicles. And that is why it pained my heart, President Gill, that we still have not resolved the issue of what Peter Bunting called the mother of all bandolos, the used car scandal. It pained my heart that today we still haven't solved it, when the farmers would benefit if police had more cars. Never left, never left, never left, never left. So, Mr. President, the vehicles are key. The manpower is key. And until we get those in place, we're not going to be able to succeed in this fight against the criminal. Until the intelligence reach a point where we know who is buying the product, the produce. Because what I fear is what is happening with the motor vehicle. The little man would take up his phone, and that become an issue. I don't condone use of the telephone. But that now become a big issue. When the real criminals, the real corrupt people are getting a relatively free pass. So, Mr. President, I hear my brother, Senator Gill, says, this bill is needed now. So many other bills are needed now that could have benefited from a joint select discussion, where the farmers come in and we hear from them. Too often, top-down is the approach we adopt. Top-down doesn't solve the problem. It may, for a couple of weeks, make people feel good that we're doing something. We're passing our legislation. We're giving longer sentence. Was you, my sister, Senator Fraser Binns, to whom, Mr. President, I owe a lot of thanks. You know. But for her husband, I wouldn't be here today. So let me say it publicly, Sophie. Thank Jeff. Had he not intervened, I would not be here today. Thank you, my sister. But you said a while ago, you said, how many people have been convicted? That's the key. That's the key. Conviction, not just sentence. Not just sentence. Because once you convict them, there's a record. That makes it a little easier to track them down. So we support the bill. But we want to caution that the critical success factor is enforcement. We're lacking in vehicle, we're lacking in manpower, we're lacking in intelligence. And if we fix those, we will do a service to the farmers for which they will be grateful and continue to produce.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown.
That's what I'm going to do. Oh, I was just about to finish, sorry.
Now, I was just saying, don't extend yourself.
I'm finished. So, President, before you cut, I want to say, it wasn't my intention to talk. It wasn't my intention to talk this long. I'm testing my strength. So I may participate in the SON next year. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you again, colleagues, for your support, your prayers, your thoughts. Minister, thank you. I told some people, Minister, that they and I were no longer friends. I have a new best friend in you. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And of course, I must ask that the Minister,
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to ask that the Senate be permitted to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day as a first order of business.
yes, thank you very much. The question is that the Senate be permitted to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Against?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Longmore.
Mr. President, I rise in support of this legislation. I don't intend to speak long. I'm aware of our agenda, but I think I have a few points that I would love to have recorded and answered. I've related many a times my relationship to agriculture. I stand here a product of farming. There's absolutely no question about that. And I take great pride in being able to be a part of this administration that is seeing to such a significant move to try and curb something that affects us in such a way that we sometimes might not even appreciate the extent to which Praedial larceny does damage to our people and our country, and of course our economy. Mr. President, farming is, and agriculture is our base. It is where we come from as a people. And when we speak to the protection of our farmers, we're speaking to the protection of some of the most vulnerable group of entrepreneurs within our space. I have seen firsthand persons who toil, who invest life and limb in their animals, in their husbandry, to wake up one morning and in the pen where they're supposed to have 4 or 5 heads of cattle or so, they wake up and see the evidence of the carcasses being removed. It is horrible. I remember one time on the news I saw a farmer in Manchester. I think it was 27 heads of cattle that the thieves went in and slaughtered. And he woke up the next morning. I don't know how somebody stands that. I would probably be in a hospital from a heart attack. I myself have seen my father. He is a very strong man. And one of the few times I've seen my father's eyes welled up was when I was about 12 years old. And I don't know if for those who know farming, there is a particular breed of goat called a Nubian. Beautiful animal. And they get to, by the time it was a year old, it was about this high. Yeah. And he woke up one morning and they had gone with that goat, that ram. And it wasn't just the material value, it wasn't the money. It's the sentiment that oftentimes is attached, because farming is a therapeutic process. It is something that we use. It is one of the most healthy things that you can do, that the country can do. We're seeing more and more where at-risk populations are being channeled in terms of not just as a resource for economic development, but as a therapeutic channel. And so whatever we can do to protect it, and as I said, the most vulnerable, because when we develop rural Jamaica, we develop Jamaica. Significant amounts, I would imagine probably more than 70% of the persons in urban Jamaica have a connection to rural Jamaica and have a connection to farmers in some way. And so when you do measures to improve the lives of rural Jamaica, we are developing Jamaica generally. Mr. President, I will also relate, as we all are becoming more aware of farming and food being our medicine and food security. I just want to throw something in terms of the security of seeds and our need to focus effort on securing our seed population. This is because of global effects that we're seeing as we consider trade difficulties and climate change. I implore us to invest in our seeds and preservations of such. Mr. President, I have one concern that I would like to raise. It is a fundamental concern, but it is not a critical one, so to speak. I bring attention to clause 4, part 3, line 2, where it makes reference to a dealer's license shall allow the holder of the license, his agent, or his servant so authorized. I have a little issue with the word servant. This speaks to, I think, a bit of a colonial representation, or I think in a way somewhat condescending of the individual so authorized in this context. I think as we seek to elevate the psyche of our people in terms of self-value, I would love to see a substitution there for the word servant. This speaks to a review of some of our older legislations that has terminologies such as this. I'd make reference to like when we used to refer to lunatic and lunacy in the Mental Health Act. And so I would love for us to consider that we substitute that word there for the general message that we want to give of the elevation of the persons who are involved in farming. Oftentimes we don't give the respect and the value to these people who are our nation builders. These are the basal nation builders. And in so doing, I would want our legislation to reflect that level of respect. Mr. President, I want to just end by repeating my support for this piece of effort in terms of our crimes-fighting strategies. When you consider the psyche that happens when someone goes into a space and takes the labor of someone as humble as a farmer, it cuts right into the core of the thinking of most of the criminality that we are seeing in our space. And so the effort to curb it, the effort to put due punishment to it, I will more than likely seek to even push for even further if it were to come to the fore. But at this time, I celebrate the fact that we're passing this piece of legislation, hopefully, and seeing to justice being served for some of our most vulnerable people in our population. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Longmore.
Mr. President, thank you very much, and allow me to thank all colleagues on both sides for, well, let me get to that now. It needs its own space, and I have to have cleared the room. Let me thank colleagues, Mr. President, I'll not be hurried, on both sides for their contributions, which are all substantive and welcome. And I want to share with Senator Fraser-Binns in particular that two of her points that she raised, I had actually raised in legislation committee and had not gone back to. So we have discussed them there, and I will deal with those shortly. But before I proceed any further, just allow me to add my words of welcome to you, Senator Brown, to say how very pleased we are to see you looking so well, and to not only, you know, we're not gonna get crazy in here. We're not gonna go crazy. But what we will say is that we did miss your presence, your commitment, which is always demonstrable, and it just gives. I just think it's wonderful that, I really just think it is wonderful that you have recovered so well to full strength, and we can see it. We can Indeed, it is. So thanks to Hobby Senator Reza Binns, thanks to him for his good work. Thanks to your caregivers for all that they have done to bring you back to this level of strength. And on the matter of the terrorists, still easily the best word created in 2023. I think somebody should get it on the internet, physioterrorists. And just... And I'm hopeful that my unforensic medical advice was taken and did contribute somewhat. But good to have you back. Good to have you back, Senator. So let me start with Senator Morris and just welcome his strong call for our unity on this issue. I think it has flowed through all of the presentations today that Praedial larceny is an absolute scourge, that it shouldn't be prettied up, that is thief them thief, and at the end of the day, it is that simple. They reap what they did not sow. They take the hard-earned, they remove the benefit. Sorry, was that said? Okay. It is. I think that's the best way to put it. It's one of the most hurtful things. Sorry. It's a problem I have as well. But it is the pain of the farmer who lost the 27 heads of cattle. And we've all seen it. We've all seen the examples when farmers speak about how they raise the animal from birth and what it takes to put into getting that animal to full health, ready to take to market. And it's just take or to reproduce, and it's just taken away. It is one of the most painful things to hear and to see. So I really want to welcome and the slaughter of breeding stock. Absolutely. It's cutting off the investment before it even has a chance to mature. There's everything that is wrong with it. Everything that makes it the worst kind of crime. So I want to just express appreciation for the call for unity on that which we, of course, issue ourselves and therefore are already by implication unified. I want to address the matter of the NAITS, which I had referred to earlier. You had referred to it as a tagging system. So it is the National Animal Identification and Traceability System, the NAITS. So I had referred to it in my opening, but not by its full name. So you may not have recognized it. So it does continue. All registered farmers are required to have their cows tagged. So it is implemented in respect of bovine livestock, but the intention now and the efforts underway are to expand the program to the small ruminants, to the goats and the pigs, because that is not they were not part of the initial program. The aim is to take it there. Yes, absolutely. Well, you have them on both. You have they went for the cows first because that was actually the biggest source of theft. It's the biggest source of profitability, not to highlight it for the ill-intentioned who are listening. But just to make the note that the aim is to cover livestock now, including small ruminants. On the matter, sorry, I just seem to have moved one of my notes. On the matter of the strengthening of RADA, which was also raised by Senator Fraser Binns, I want to add that that is actually underway. So there has been a procurement of technology, including drones and handheld devices, training in terms of use of tablets, etc., for extension officers, and the development of an app that allows them to deliver services more effectively and, as importantly, to train farmers in modern practices. So that is underway. In addition to that, the structure of RADA is already also under review. A consultant has not only been brought in, but he has completed his work, and they're just waiting for the report. Again, because we are we're clearly on the same page about this, that you must have a modern RADA if it is going to maintain its relevance for a modern agriculture sector that's going to grow sustainably. So I'm happy to be able to update you on that. There's been an addition of more of vehicles, etc. as well, but there has been a full injection of technology. And I'm particularly pleased about the use of drone technology to assist in how we sow and how it is we monitor our farms, because that, of course, assists the NAITS in terms of being able to implement good security systems. So that is something I'm happy to update on. On the matter of ownership, we are going to introduce an amendment. This was one of the ones that I had before. It did not go clearly enough that you must have a legal entitlement. So it can be by rental, or it can be if it has been acquired otherwise, whether by family land or otherwise, but you must have an entitlement. So we will propose the specific amendment in committee. And we are also, however, but we're not changing the too small for commercial significance, because really the emphasis is on the too small. It's not that you do it for profit. So if I have a small stall outside of my house to sell my extra mango and my extra pear, the fact is not that I do it for profit, it is that it is too small to be of significance. So it is just to ensure that the de minimis is captured. The language is the same in JACRA, but there its use is more obvious because there are specific quantities, if I recall correctly. It was taken in here for continuity, for cohesion of language, but the focus is on the too small for this context. On the matter of process for applications for criminal records, we are very pleased to advise that we have significantly improved the process in that regard. There is no more bungle and line on Duke Street. You can apply online. The requirements are set out, so people can assist you. Yes, there's an online system. Hello. I know. Well, I want to tell you that the people who are applying for the criminal records are applying online. They are. The word is getting out, but yes, more can be done. For the actual, because there is still a security issue on the fingerprint side. Exactly. That is, you can't avoid that at this stage. I do want to say that the NIDS is actually something that will assist with this kind of process as well. And, so we're very much looking forward to its implementation, because
Minister,
that is the type of service
there is even a next day service for the fingerprint, for the police record.
President is reminding that there is also a next day service for the fingerprinting, and you can apply for it. Things come at a price as we move through, then of course, and the cost of technology, the cost of the service, and the scope and the scale will allow it to come down. But as we are where we are, we're appreciating the efficiency that has been implemented. Just to clarify, I have the amendment here now in clause 3. Sophia Fraser-Binns, section 2A, 2A, 2 big A, 2 little a. Did I? It seemed to have worked. But is amended by deleting the word owned and substituting, therefore, the words legally owned or occupied. Legally owned or occupied. Yes, so we'll take it in the committee, but I'm just so that it can percolate. There is another amendment which will address the President's concern about the lack of reference to parrots and doves. Fish does not exclude any type of fish. No fish are named. So fish are all fish. All fish are welcome and protected. What we have done is not to add, because the aim of the listing, which is of some vintage, is really to focus on either very profitable or consumed. It's really a focus on consumption, because that's where the Praedial larcenies most tend. Protection, if you're protected for example, like parrots, you are treated under other legislation. But what was recognized is that the power to make regulations actually didn't include a simplified power to allow for the removal or addition of any article of agricultural produce from the 3rd, 4th, or 5th schedule. So that will now add a layer of efficiency into the operation of the schedules and of the Act itself. So that is how we will treat with your doves and parrots, sir. You're most welcome. I think those were the key issues on the matter of prosecutions under anti-gang legislation and Praedial Larceny Act. The data has to be requested from the JCF in that regard. But I do want to say that the matter of conviction and enforcement is absolutely critical, as is a deterrent sentence. They work together. We are able to do one in this chamber, and we have to do what is within our power to do. We have to ensure that when these criminals are caught, the police are not demoralized, the farmers are not demoralized and feel that the system does not work for them because the punishment does not fit the crime. The punishment must fit the crime so that when it is that the prosecutions are brought, and Senator, I'm not sure if you heard the part of my presentation, but I did speak to the fact that training is taking place and has taken place across all 19 divisional locations of the police in not only prosecution under not only the clauses under the Agricultural Produce Act as is being drafted now, or considered now, and the Praedial Larceny Act, but on how to prepare cases for court, because that's a part that's critical to it as well. So that so we agree with you. Enforcement is necessary, as is, as we're doing here in the work before us, the deterrent value of a strong sentence. So I think those were the key issues that were raised. And in that context, on the issue of servant, I think this is part of the general legislative framework in terms of employment, and it will be part of the larger review of legislation which is underway, which modernizes some of the language, dissonant elements of language which are contained, including the Mental Health Act, as you have referred to in several Joint Select Committees. So with that, Mr. President, I want to thank colleagues once more for their contributions and ask for second reading of the bill.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favor? Against?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Agricultural Produce Act, read a second time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. Minister, you had alluded to, I think, 2 amendments. Would you just tell me them before? Just not what they are specifically, but just the relevant clauses. 3 and 24.
So you want to proceed in a particular way? So I just want, may I then just raise?
If you just give me a heads up, then I'll stop when you're ready.
Okay.
No, give me a heads up now.
Well, at 12, clause 12.
Okay, no problem. When we get there, we deal with it.
Yes.
Members, I put clauses 1 and 2. Those in favor? Against? There's an amendment to clause 3 when the minister is ready.
Mr. President, just to share with colleagues that I've asked if they can just ensure that the issue of ownership is dealt with throughout the Act, because we have addressed it in the clause that you identified, as I had, but if memory serves, it's in more than one place, and in more than one place where it's relevant. So I've just asked that that be looked at before we take this.
You want to come back to clause 3? Okay.
First, we come back to class 3. I just want to alert and to clarify that legally owned or occupied. Occupied is not qualified by legally. Just trying to be clear. It is qualified by legally. And therefore, a squatter would not. That's me? All right, Alvin. Yeah. No. Yeah, so maybe we say there are people who are occupiers, but not in that sense, in the sense Senator Fraser Binns raised, not legally tied to it. And so maybe we want to separate the legally at occupied. It's a matter for.
I am a little concerned about that issue because certainly in the parish from which I hail, there are persons who do extensive farming on land not theirs, or they don't rent it. Certainly the crown lands in the hills behind where I grew up, not grew up, but hills. Lots of people up there, including some related to me, farming all sort of things. Emphasis on the things, but anyhow. Yes, but yes, but it is an issue that bothers me because some of them, yes, they have taken over lands owned by other people, and that has its own issue. But the crown lands, they are undisturbed. Some of them former estate lands. It could be a problem. And these are people who are farming and put it on them donkey coming down the hill and selling. So it may not be taken into account sufficiently a widespread cultural practice.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Fraser Binns.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'm very happy for the intervention of Senator Braham because that was one of the things to which I addressed my mind. So someone has been in possession of private property for 15 years, but they've never sought to take the necessary step to formalize their ownership. But we do know what the court says in terms of once you have reached that 12 years of undisturbed open ownership, how then do you, for this purpose, establish legal occupation? So those are some of the things that crossed my mind when I saw that. And I wonder, though, and perhaps it is something that we're going to have to explore in a administrative way, because we do have the PC banks that has the authority to provide a certificate of compliance through statutory declaration from persons who have known the individual to be in possession of the property. So though it is an administrative fix, I'm just wondering whether those are some of the considerations that could take place so that that grouping of persons who will be impacted by this definition would have an opportunity or would have an alternative.
Thank you, Senator Fraser Binns. I think that the minister said we're going to come back. Minister, going to come back to 3, right? So I think that some intervention will be done at 3. So in the meantime, I can take clauses 4. We did 1 and 2 already. Yes. Yeah, we did 1 and 2. We did 1 and 2. Remember, we stopped at 3. So I'm going to return to 3. But I will take clauses 4 to 11. Those in favor? Against? Senator Scott Motley had an intervention in relation to 12.
Looking at clause 2, where it says that the book under subsection 1 shall be open at all reasonable hours for inspection by a constable, inspector, or any person so authorized. And I was wondering if you really had intended to include the word inspector. And whether or not it was not put there because of the introduction of the inspector, chief inspector of produce. So in which case you would have to say chief inspector of produce because it's defined. You understand the point I'm making?
I do.
I didn't mean that the way it came out.
No. Not taken in any way at all. I've just asked the technical team to check that point for me because it sounds quite sound. And as of the point that we have agreed to a substantive amendment, then, you know, if there's a way to clarify, of course, we will make the correction. We can perhaps come back to that one.
Okay, thank you. So I'll put clauses, I'm going to return to 12. So I'll put clauses 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Those in favor? Against? Clauses 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 are put for your approval. Those in favor? Against? There's an issue with 24. Minister?
Mr. President, Clause 24 will now have the further amendment, which states Section 23(1) is amended by A, renumbering paragraph M as paragraph N, semicolon, and B, substituting, therefore, the following as paragraph M, dash, open quotation, M. The removal or addition of any article of agricultural produce from the 3rd, 4th, or 5th schedule. Close quotation.
Any member has any comment on that proposed amendment? So I put the amendment. Those in favor? Against? I put clause 24 as amended. Those in favor? Against? I put clause 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I put clauses 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38 for your approval. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I put clauses 39, 41, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, and 45 for your approval. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I return to clause 3. Minister, any progress there?
I could crave your indulgence for 5 seconds, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is proposed that Clause 3 be amended as follows. Section 2A, that is 2 capital A, 2 lowercase a, is amended by deleting the word owned and substituting, therefore, the words legally owned or occupied. The guidance is that that is the appropriate phraseology. And section 2, capital B, subsection 2, lowercase a, is amended by deleting the word owned and substituting, therefore, the words legally owned or occupied. So they did a search and confirmed that it is not elsewhere. It is only in this clause in those two cases. So that is, I did recall that it wasn't just one place, so I'm glad to see that that is confirmed. That is a proposed amendment to clause 3, Mr. President.
But Minister,
Senator Bram,
would you be kind enough to ask the technical persons to consider the point as to those who are growing on land that they don't legally own or legally occupy? What is legally occupy? It's a matter of great concern.
But Senator Bram, if you look at the interpretation, the minister is suggesting one interpretation, but if you interpret it in a disjunctive way, it says legally owned or occupied. I don't know if you want to just leave it at that or you want to try and clarify it.
It is going to be likely to be held that legally governs both. That's my concern.
This is what was confirmed earlier. That's the question I asked.
So,
I take your view.
Let me just finish, Senator Lambert,
sorry,
and then you can. But not every farmer who is not farming on their own land is a squatter in the real sense, especially a new squatter. Some of them have been doing that for generations, but they have no paper. Right? It's a very delicate balance, and there are some who are on crown lands, and they do farming quite large. When I say large, I'm on a small scale, half acre, whatever. I am a little worried about it, but that's what I would say for the moment.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if I might just contextualize a bit further by having us look at the exceptions. So the clause that we're dealing with, 2 big A, deals with the requirement for a license to trade or to grow, rear, or buy to sell, right? And the exceptions include a person, of course, a farmer rather, who grows or rears his own agricultural produce for sale. This is an exception. And this is likely to fall in this category. This is different from the sale or export of agricultural produce grown and sold by the grower on premises owned by the grower. This is a different scale of farmer and a different circumstance of farming. I beg to suggest that the type of farmer that you are referring to, who is growing on property to which he may not necessarily have a legal right, is a farmer who grows or rears his own agricultural produce for sale. No, he's exempted. He doesn't require a license. And I want to recall that this also refers to, also excluded from the requirement from the license, is an activity which yields or involves a quantity of agricultural produce which is too small to be of commercial significance. So this is not about looking around to try and find every small plot of land and tell them to apply for a license. This is about commerce that is taking place in the agricultural sector, where trade is taking place and growth, rearing, or buying is taking place at a commercially significant level. So I take the point that has been raised. It is one that is worthy of consideration, but what I'm saying is that the exclusions which are otherwise provided for in the clause are sufficient to address the category of farmer which concerns you.
Senator Bunting, your mic is open.
Yes, I've been waiting to be recognized, Mr. Chairman. The Minister, I'm listening to you, but in reading this, it doesn't seem to agree to what you're saying. The 2 capital A1 says, subject to subsection 3, and except in accordance with this act, a person shall not grow, rear, or buy agricultural products to sell unless the person has been granted a license in accordance with the act. So it says these people require a license.
No, continue reading to say subsection 2 says subsection 1 shall not apply
right, so it's
to the following.
Under little 2A, for example, now we're getting the exceptions. So the general capital A doesn't have exceptions. The exceptions are in this.
Oh, the exceptions are in subsection 2.
Exactly.
It qualifies A.
Exactly.
It qualifies A.
Exactly.
Yes,
so,
no, not exactly in the way you mean it, exactly in the way I mean it. It is that the carve-out takes place in subsection 2. It is in 2 where you find the exceptions to the rule in 1. Rule 1 says you need a license. Rule 2 says you don't need a license if. And one of the categories is an activity which yields or involves a quantity of agricultural produce which is too small to be of commercial significance. It also includes a farmer who grows or rears his own agricultural produce for sale. These are small quantity production.
No, where is that? I don't see that
it's
definition.
Right here.
No, the D2 is said too small to be of commercial, but where else does it talk about small quantity production?
No, but those are the categories, Senator. Senator, those are the categories all set out, listed in 2. What?
No.
Senator Bunting, see a big lawyer sit alongside her, you know, point it out to him.
And she's having the same problem, so she has been unable to explain it.
So the point which has been raised by Senator Braham, what you're saying is that it would fall under a farmer who grows or rears his own agricultural produce for sale? So when...
What? Leader, when in this open discussion like this, you don't need to keep turning off your mic. You just leave it open. I'm having a difficulty. So press your mic there now, please. And Senator Scott Motley, open your mic as well.
Well,
Good.
in that case, I go back to what was originally raised, which is then what you're making, why would you then find it necessary to put legally owned or occupied? Is there another type of ownership which the law contemplates?
Is there illegal ownership?
I just want to be clear about what we're doing. Because when you put legally owned, is there a different
No, what had happened, that was introduced because the question of rental and lease, etc., came up.
Yes, but what I am hearing now is that a person would get exclusion if he or she can come under a different section. For example, the person with whom Senator Fraser-Binns was concerned would get exemption as somebody who grows or rears his own agricultural produce for sale. That's what I'm understanding that the minister is explaining in response to what Senator Braham's concern. And I'm asking further, what therefore would be added by the insertion of legally owned? Because how the minister has explained that it would be read is that you would say legally owned or legally occupied.
You know, I'm going to wait for some technical advice, some further technical advice on the point, but I am sure the irony is not lost that we're speaking about theft and ownership, therefore has a particular resonance in the legislation.
And I am agreeing with you. That's why I cannot understand, and I'm asking for perhaps from the technical team, an explanation of why legally, why they feel that legally should be inserted before owned. It's because I understand what the intent is, why I'm inquiring as to that amendment.
Right, let's get some guidance. I am open to if it is that it requires clarification, I am open to making adjustment from what has been proposed. If there is deeper contemplation on the issue, to include a concept of, is it beneficial ownership that you want in? Is it, you know, I mean, I don't know where we're going to draw the line, but I am, by virtue of my comments, trying to ensure that there is further thought. So, Mr. President, I'm going to ask, Mr. President, if we can move through the other clauses. I am going to...
It's only one left, only one we have left, you know.
Right, I'm going to also ask you to recommit clause 12 when you have a
Yes,
minute.
we are done 24, so it's clause 12. You want to look at clause 12? Yeah,
Mr. President,
members,
this is a clause...
I will direct your attention to clause 12. Yes, Minister.
Yes, on recommittal of clause 12, with your leave, to address the point raised earlier in respect of the inspector, the reference to the inspector. Section 11.2 is amended by deleting the word inspector and substituting, therefore, the words chief inspector of produce.
Could you just repeat for the staff, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is clause 12. Section 11.2 is amended by deleting the word inspector and substituting, therefore, the words chief inspector of produce.
Thank you very much. Members would have heard the proposed amendment to clause 12. Those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. I put clause 12 as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Minister, back to clause 3. And
yes,
then
Mr. President. So we're awaiting some guidance.
Very well.
Mr. Chairman, while we await the guidance, if I could ask for your indulgence just to deal with an administrative matter. I was scheduled to do my State of the Nation today, but may I suggest to the leader that she allow me to speak at a later date, because the Christmas lunch is scheduled for today for senators, and if we go too late, we will probably not have the attendance that we would otherwise have. So I am proposing, just this, while we wait, just this administrative matter, that we agree not to take my contribution to the State of the Nation. And I'm sure the leader will be generous enough to allow me another occasion. And I hear we may even meet again before Christmas. So, but in the spirit of the afternoons and the cooperation and the season, and also because we had scheduled the lunch.
I think that you're overstating your position.
I think he is going a little, yes, I was trying hard not to interrupt, but apart from the fact that I would categorize the request as housekeeping rather than administrative, I do agree with the suggestion. No, but what I do want to say, Mr. President, that I had said to the leader of opposition business that because we seem to have come so far down in the season, what I was proposing is that at the first sitting, we take everybody who has not spoken and who still wishes to speak. So this would include Senator Brown, if it is that he has continued his recovery, Senator Bunting, if Senator Scott Motley and Senator Fraser Binns all wish to speak on that first sitting, together with Senators Gale and Samuda, and we can have a mammoth where we take nothing else. And then at the next sitting, we restart the legislative agenda and take the closing. So I think the aim had really been not to come into December with this thing. Exercising flexibility, we have allowed persons to cancel, we have allowed persons to reschedule, we have allowed people to say whenever it is they feel that they're sufficiently ready, and that has taken us down to this point. That had been my proposal. If we do sit next week, however, to take the Domestic Violence Act, which is another discussion, then of course that provides another possibility. And persons can maybe rally into that date as well, so that the January date is less.
Senator Bunting, your request has been approved. With some conditions you would have noted. And we're waiting for some technical information concerning Clause 3. And we'll take the other financial bill because it's very short. No, we're not. We're going to wait. We're going to wait for clause 3. Members of the Standing Orders Committee would have recalled that when we came across a standing order that dealt with suspending matters in committee, everybody was saying they had never seen such a thing. And we seem to be heading right there now.
Mr. President, I think we have found a solution which will address the concerns largely. Clearly, I'm not sure if for efficiency though, Mr. President, what you would wish to do is suspend committee and suspend the debate on this, have us take the public debt management, and then we just return and close this bill out, just to allow the persons to draft?
Yes, we can do that. The standing orders does allow for such. So, members, the question is that, 1 minute please.
Oh, yes? I'm happy to see results from that committee.
Okay, members, I do report progress and seek the leave of the Senate to sit again in committee. Those in favor? Against? I do report progress. And the leader is going to say, Mr. President, the leader is going to say, the leader has said, I now move that the Senate be allowed to reconvene to complete the business of the day. That's right, Ms. Curtis? That's it. Those in favor? Thank you, leader. Those in favor?
Aye.
So we will, yes, so we will return to deal with this matter in committee in short order. Minister, you're going to take the other short bill that you have.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And I think there's some imperative to deal with that now, right?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the intention is now to take the Public Debt Management Amendment Act 2023, which seeks to amend the Public Debt Management Act to allow for the borrowing of monies for pre-investment project planning and development activities and for connected matters. Mr. President, it addresses Section 10 of the PDMA, which authorizes the Minister of Finance and the Public Service to borrow for a number of purposes, which includes financing the fiscal deficit, refinancing maturing and outstanding debt, facilitating cash management operations, and financing investment projects, among other things. With respect to identifying viable and worthwhile investment projects, which are oftentimes capital projects involving significant expenditure, considerable project planning and development activities may be required as precursors. So, Mr. President, the government may have to undertake exploratory activities, such as a wide range of studies to investigate whether such a project is an ideal one to meet the realities of Jamaica's needs, and not just to identify that project, but to manage it and to control the risks associated with it. In this regard, Mr. President, feasibility, environmental, social, gender studies, and other risk assessment exercises may have to be undertaken prior to identifying, managing, and controlling the risk associated with an investment project. Persons have been asking, well, what are pre-investment activities? Mr. President, they may involve cost-benefit analyses, stakeholder consultations, project design, and advisory services. And these exploratory activities do demand financial resources, critical financial resources, which the government may not always be able to readily accommodate in the budget. So given the current financing landscape and the high cost of design and preparation of large-scale projects, Mr. President, several multilateral and bilateral creditors offer financing facilities that include project preparation. And considering the increase in capital projects being undertaken by the government, it is believed prudent for the government to take advantage of these offerings, and this proposed amendments would allow the government the flexibility to so do. So, Mr. President, just a quick clause by clause. Clause 1, of course, has the short title and addresses the name. Clause 2A renumbers Section 10 of the Act to include a new subsection 1 and a new Clause 1BA. Clause 2B of the bill states the additional criteria that the minister may borrow money pursuant to Section 9 of the Act to finance pre-investment project and development activities. And Clause 2C gives an inclusive definition of the term pre-investment planning and development activities, as it is difficult to say in what case, or rather in each case, what sort of planning and development activities are required. So, Mr. President, the clause states that pre-investment project planning and development activities includes feasibility studies, environmental studies, social studies, gender studies, risk assessment exercises, cost-benefit analyses, stakeholder consultations, advisory services, project design services, and any other activities which involve the identification, management, and control of project risks. Finally, Mr. President, the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons provides an overview of the purpose of the bill. So, Mr. President, in this context, the Honourable Senate is asked to note that the government will clearly not always seek external financing to undertake pre-investment planning and development activities, but with these amendments, there will be more flexibility to employ smart and innovative investment strategies to fulfill our commitment to grow the Jamaican economy. Mr. President, I ask for the support of this bill and invite comments from the opposition.
Thank you very much, Minister. Senator Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. President. I won't use more than half hour. Mr. President, the usual costs for these types of pre-investment project planning would not be substantial relative to the scale of capital expenditure and so on. However, I understand there may be instances with very large projects where it would be useful to or helpful to borrow as part of the project, overall project financing to accomplish these. And certainly, these activities, the feasibility studies, the environmental studies, the social studies, risk assessment exercises, cost-benefit analyses, stakeholder consultations, advisory services, project design services are things which we are not strong on and which we badly need. So anything which can move this forward. When I think about a project like the renovation of Cornwall Regional, Senator Webby, that started out, I think the estimate we heard was $2 billion to be done within a year. We are now, I think, gone $14 billion, and it's 7 years. A project like that would really have benefited from a lot of this work being done. And I still say that when you look at an industry like the bauxite alumina industry, which we are at the tail end of the investment cycle, it's very important that we do cost-benefit analyses. Each time a minister comes to Parliament and asks for some further concessions, because unless the companies get this concession, they won't be able to continue. I think getting world-class, proper, independent cost-benefit analyses done to see whether the risk to our environment, for example, the risk to our cockpit country, really warrants the benefits that we will get from an industry, not at the beginning of the investment cycle, but at the tail end, when you often don't get the sort of investors who you started with, who had then a 50-year horizon and maintained standards of building facilities and maintaining them in their home country, to their home country standards. But instead, what you find now at this tail end, when you are at risk of attracting vulture capitalists who are really coming to pick the bones and may leave us, Jamaicans, and probably not just us in this room, our children and grandchildren, with the consequences of the environmental damage that could be done at this final phase. So there is no doubt in the opposition mind, in the minds of the opposition members, that this is critical to proper governance. And we have no problem in supporting it because we realize when you have major projects, especially with national implications, that the money spent at this stage will give a high return in the sense of saving us from making catastrophic mistakes later on down. So with those few words, Mr. President, we support the bill.
Thank you very much, Senator Bunting. Senator Hill?
Wait till you hear what I have to say. Mr. President, thank you very much, sir, for giving me this privilege. It's very rare that you see a small amendment that carries so much weight for a piece of legislation. What has been done here is that we haven't just arranged and numbered, but if you look at the delineation of what the government seeks to do, pre-investment project planning and development activities. My man, just as the former chairman of National Water Commission, I know we had a Castalia study done that was there. If we're going to fix the water in this country, Castalia said then, probably more now, that it will cost us about $4.5 billion US. Downtown alone, to fix the sewage, is probably going to cost us between 800 million and $1 billion US, because some of those sewage arrangements were put in over 100 years ago with bricks by the British, and those bricks are imploding, those brick conduits are imploding on themselves. A huge amount to spend, not to mention you'll have to extend a new sewage treatment plant and all that. So when we look at downtown redevelopment, I've heard Minister Clark said that we're talking to people like IFC. It's the kind of arrangements that we need to do to make sure as we plan for 30, 50 years, we get the best expertise. How? IFC does business and gives advice in scores, hundreds of countries. And they bring to us in Jamaica, where if we were to secure their services, that kind of experience that we don't have to make mistakes or recreate a wheel. They would bring to us a wheel that we would adjust to our size that makes sense for us to use. So this kind of pre-planning and development is critical. The environmental studies, which we do, NEPA has done good work for us, but environmental studies have taken on a whole new meaning because of what the climate issues that we face. And whether we agree with the climate issues or not, we don't have the chance to argue them in Jamaica. I know that when I came back to Jamaica maybe 20 years ago, Miss Mary's fish shop in Hellshire was about here, and the sea was where the door is. And today you go to Miss Mary's shop, and the sea is under her shop. So I don't have the time for the intellectual discussion. As a Jamaican living on an island, we have to make sure that environmental issues are well taken care of. This delineates that. It's unusual that you see a bill doing that. Social and gender studies. But let's look at the stakeholder consultation. I was just at an event that the Prime Minister was speaking and was hosted by Minister Dr. Dana Morris-Dixon. And the two issues of gender and consultation come in place. She said to all of us that really initially the whole program about LIFT, which is learning, investment, and transformation, put on by Heart NST Trust, was conceived really for government at the beginning. Then she went out and had a meeting with the PSOJ. PSOJ said, we want to be involved. The consultation brought the private sector in, and many of them have sponsored and were there today and participating in it. But it was also, I noticed on the gender issue that is listed here, its minister, Dr. Dana Morris Dixon, who is the minister in charge. The managing director is a Dr. Tanisha Ingleton, 2 women running it. I look at arguably, not arguably, the best foreign minister since Hugh Lawson Shearer had that job, sitting beside me. Here she is, right here beside me, with all our great support. You understand, my brother? So you hear, so I look to my right, Dr. Dana Dixon, who is running this thing, and they graduated 509 people. You'll hear this on the radio. It's amazing. You look at the sea in the Pegasus. All of them are dressed in white shirts and white pants or white skirts. And it's amazing how, Mr. President, the consultation with the private sector was able to make that such a success. And the gender issues, but the delineation also shows you how it's important to make this work. If you look at what happened yesterday, we opened the 4-lane highway to on the south coast for St. Thomas. You can all drive on it now. It's beautiful. It's all marked and ready. Well,
let me tell you something. You have certainly learned something from Senator Brown, but stick to the legislation,
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm saying to you, Mr. President, we have, when I look at this legislation, we have a lot to celebrate. Yes, we celebrate how our runners and our musicians do. But we now can say, why are you back and not be quiet for a second? I'm speaking, okay? So I have the chance to speak. Mr. President, please remind him, he's now back, he's forgotten. So Mr. President, we have a lot to celebrate. And one of them, which this amendment causes us to celebrate, is the way the Andrew Holness administration, I'm glad you're back, has managed this country's economy and growth in the last 5 years. This is amazing. So yes, we celebrate music. Yes, we celebrate sports. And yes, Jamaica can now celebrate how we manage our economy. This amendment, Mr. President, is about making sure that the way we manage our economy going forward is not haphazard. It's clearly delineating what we must consider as we spend our money. And Mr. President, I'm so pleased to speak in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Hill. Minister Johnson Smith? No, Senator Brown.
I jumped up fast, Mr. President, but it didn't work with me. I jumped up fast. But thank you, colleagues. Mr. President, might I ask for second reading of the bill?
Ministers asked for the second reading of the bill entitled the Public Debt Management Amendment Act 2023. Those in favor? Against?
Bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Debt Management Act to borrow monies for pre-investment project, planning and development activities, and for connected matters, read a second time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. Thank you, Marshall. I put clause 1. Those in favor? Aye. Against? I put clause 2. Those in favor? Aye. Against? I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Against? The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Against? I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Minister?
Mr. President, might I ask for third reading of the bill?
Minister has asked. Those in favor? Against? Madam Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Debt Management Act to borrow monies for pre-investment project planning and development activities and for connected matters, read a third time and passed.
The Minister has asked for the recommittal of the Agricultural Produce Amendment Act 2023. Those in favor? The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider consideration of Clause 3 of the bill, shortly entitled Agricultural Produce Amendment Act 2023. Minister?
Mr. President, just seeking your indulgence for a few more seconds.
Fine, no issue.
Thank you. Yes, no stress now that Senator Bunting is not speaking.
Yes, Minister. As they say, Christmas is coming and the goose is getting fat.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, colleagues, for your patience as well. Yes. So the intention of the exclusion provided in 2A really was to ensure that persons who are legitimate farmers, that is, they are farming on land, and as opposed to someone who the police stop and they say that they have grown the produce that you have found them with, or they have reared the livestock which you have found them with. You need to be able to show them where you rear the livestock or you have grown the produce. That's the point when I speak of legitimacy. So what the solution that is being put forward, because we do recognize the challenge that has been raised, and it, as I said, it was discussed before, although a solution wasn't found, is to insert the words "or occupied." So the amendment is not going to say legally owned or occupied. It is going to say owned or occupied, but regulations are going to be promulgated to clarify what RADA will accept, because remember, you have to be a registered farmer, etc. Yeah. And the crux of the matter will be that you are responsible for rearing. So you must be able to demonstrate where that property is, whether it is up in Cornwall Mountain or elsewhere, Senator Briam. What we're also doing, what we are behind Haddo, we're also deleting subparagraph C, that is 22C, because it really, it's almost redundant. It replicates, and in the replication, it creates a lack of clarity. So the thinking is that by making those changes, it will highlight the importance of D1 and 2 as well, so that which remain unchanged.
Thank you. So could you just give me that? I'm sorry.
Right. So the amendments will follow through in 2B, sub 2. Again, in sub 2B, sub 2A, we will insert the words "or occupied," and we will delete sub C. So I will go through that again. On page
slowly
5,
for the purposes of the
yes,
clerk, please.
Of course, because you would have gotten it the first time around. All right, Mr. President, I thank you with your leave. Under clause 3, the amendment proposed is under 2A, subparagraph 2A, to insert after the word owned the words "or occupied." Yes? And then to delete subparagraph C and renumber. So we renumber the D as the new C. Okay? And then, in respect of 2B on page 6, small adjustment. One is in 2B2A, we will be replicating the same amendment by inserting the words "or occupied" after the word "owned." But we will be leaving C because all farmers must register, and it is therefore intended to keep that in this. The other one is a license. This is just for registration. All right? Mr. President,
Thank
we
you
are
very much.
also, we're not deleting it. If, that is the final amendment, if they could be put.
Thank you. Members would have heard, after much deliberation, the proposed amendment. Those in favor? Thank you very much. I will notice that Senator Ransford Bram has given his seal of approval, if temporary. So we put clause 3 as amended. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. Members, I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Members, I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? The question is that I report the bill as having passed committee stage with 8 amendments. Those in favor? Against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 8 amendments.
Might I ask for third reading of the bill?
Question is that the bill be read for a third time. Those in favor? Madam Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Agricultural Produce Act, read a third time and passed.
Thank you very much. Thank you. May I thank the members who contributed, and particularly your technical staff, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as they are Minister Green's technical staff and Minister Chuck's technical staff, I'm going to thank them as well anyway, and express my appreciation for your dedication to finding the right solutions always. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Mr. President, we had intended originally that this would be our last sitting for the season. And accordingly, I have brought chocolates for everyone. I'm going to hold them. I'm actually kidding, no. So I do think that we do need a little bit of the season's cheer. So I'm going to just offer just some little tokens to sweeten our disposition. Senator Brown, I don't suspect that you're allowed to have any. I don't know what your nurse is saying, if she's monitoring. Nurse, I'm giving him the sugar-free ones. But also just to say, to express appreciation to Senator Morris, even though we have not taken Senator Bunting's today, the agenda has taken us into the afternoon. So again, thank you for having allowed us to table the questions today. Colleagues would have heard our discussion earlier about sitting next week. This is likely to take place if the Domestic Violence Act is taken in the lower house, as it is intended on Tuesday or Wednesday next week. So we are tentatively, I'm not asking for the Senate to be adjourned to a fixed date. This is really administrative/housekeeping for us to put in our schedules for next Thursday, a tentative sitting of the Senate to take that very important legislation, which, while we hoped that it would be saying more at this stage, will be important in the impact that it can have with immediate effect. So, Mr. President, with that, I thank colleagues for their participation today. I wish them a Merry Christmas just in case something happens and we don't sit again next week. Wish every piece of the season, every blessing of the season on you and your families. And again, Mr. President, ask for the Senate to be adjourned.
Members would have heard that there is a real possibility that we will meet next week. So therefore, whatever comments I had to make concerning the season, I will hold till then, and I ask members to do likewise. The question is that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Against? This Honorable Senate now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Twists, turns, ins and outs. From the four corners of the earth, PBCJ